we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
Okay, guys, welcome back to Anonymous Bites Back. We're going to cover the Assange week, Gaza updates, the home run for Julian events. We're going to give FreeCommanderX updates, and some other stuff. If I mentioned something in the title, I forgot. I'm sorry for it. You can see it in the title. So please help to share.
Josh Davis from the DC Metro for Assange group is starting to put up video clips of the people who spoke at the Department of Justice today.
Okay, that's cool.
We could probably grab that.
Yes.
Hey, so guys, this is Assange week. On Saturday, it's Assange's birthday, the 3rd of July. It's one day before Independence Day in the USA, right? A lot of stuff happened during the Assange week. A lot of attention given to it, and especially the home run for Julian events, right? And maybe because since you guys, with Steve and Glory and Tyler, you guys are from the USA, maybe you can give some updates on how these events went, if they were like successful and stuff. And
I mean,
yeah,
I went when Gabriel talks about it, he speaks to the momentum that they've seen over the last month and the number of mainstream media outlets that they've been on, the number of articles, and the more establishment press that they've done, as well as the number of independent media shows that they've been on. So it at least appears that there's moment, and there should be. The prosecution's case just fell apart. Siggy walked out and was like, "Yeah, I made it all up for immunity. Fuck off. Wall."
There should.
You, there's a case after that? How is there a case after that? Are
No,
you fucking kidding me?
especially
In
since
what world do you get to be like, oh yeah, we made it up. We made the whole thing up. I get it for immunity. Kiss dicks.
yeah.
No.
So now you have multiple
There's
things,
still
right?
a case.
You have the judge already denying extradition and keeping the guy in jail waiting for an appeal from the USA, and now you literally have one of their key witnesses say he made it all up. So we're in a seriously weird situation now, and the fact that this guy is still locked up, that is pretty much impossible. It wouldn't happen in any other Western country, I think.
I mean, the case is compromised from so many angles. You have the recent news with certified non-Siggy pretty much faking his testimony, but then on top of that, you also have the fact that the Supreme Court narrowed the scope of the CFAA, and then you also had the case of UC Global spying, and then you had the fact that Vanessa Baritza herself was already compromised with her supervisor having ties to the freaking Turkish lobby, and then you had them paying for a trip for her and her husband to go there, and then you even going into the legal team, like this shit we've been talking about with the Clooney Foundation, which is literally a CIA regime change front, now having lawyers on Assange's team on their freaking advisory board without mentioning Julian's name on their trial watch. So there's so many angles where this is completely compromised that if justice, like in the legal sense, were actually fulfilled, this would have been thrown out ages ago. But no, it doesn't, because everything's fucked up, everything's co-opted and infiltrated, and this whole system is screwed, so that's why we just need a massive public pressure campaign to get this shit done, because it's in our hands.
Not even to mention how many human rights they are violating, right? With keeping him in prison. And
well, and let's not forget that UC Global was spying on Julian on behalf of the CIA. There was that whole, legal and civil and human right violation. The UN working group finding him in arbitrary detention for 7.5 years in an embassy. Niels Melzer finding him showing signs of physical and psychological torture. The list of gross, in every sense of the word, gross violations, I've only gone one way.
Well, do you remember the H.B. Gary case where Anonymous attacked H.B. Gary? Yes. He had a full worked out plan how they want to get Assange, So you see that it's all set up, right?
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing is set up to go after WikiLeaks to gain international jurisdiction over journalism, to handicap the very little self-agency in this empire we have right now as a part of an ongoing war on information activists. There's just so many factors going into it.
Exactly.
Okay, but listen, the fact that a secret service, like a company like HB Gary or Palantir goes after Assange, I'm not surprised with that. But the fact that the whole public justice system seems instantly on the side of these people now, in public, right? It's not happening in secret. Everyone is like forced to watch this happening, and force an innocent journalist to be like tortured in front of us, right? That to me is a different story. It's a different story to me. We all know that the Secret Service and that companies like Blackwater, UC Global, and of course they're going to be after a dissident. But for this, the entire system to like betray journalism, betray the press freedom like this, is a step further. It's a step beyond that, right?
And that's it. It's not just about Assange. It's about all of us. All the free thinkers and all the free media. They are attacking all of us, Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we say we are all Assange. Because I mean,
It's
look what
true.
happens when we don't realize that we preemptively weaken our defense for the people that it successively happens to after Assange. Like, it hasn't stopped with Assange. It hasn't stopped with the various journalists that have been beaten up and arrested across the United States covering protests. It hasn't stopped with Commander X, and it's not going to stop with any one of us if something like that happens. I mean, that's the point. And Julian said it best, that in actuality, when they go after one of us, they go after all of us.
And don't forget Murray and Murray. What was his name?
Yeah, everyone is going. Greg Murray,
Greg
everyone.
Craig Murray.
Murray. Yeah.
David McBride, to a bunch of other whistleblowers, a bunch of other people just trying to spread information, really, the mass censorship. I mean, it's not
Well,
pretty.
Eva Bartlett shows up on like terrorist watch lists. She shows up on
Well, it's
government lists and target lists all the time for,
so
oh,
easy
this
for them-
dangerous person is in country, they're being paid on behalf of so-and-so government to spread disinformation about the brave and noble neo-Nazis fighting in Ukraine.
It's so easy for them, Everything, everyone that thinks different is being called a terrorist, right?
Yep.
And it's such an easy tool for them, because once you're on a watch list, you will not get off of it, and they keep harassing you.
It's not just that. Yeah, that's true. It's not just that it's a watch list. When you mention the word terrorist, it creates fear with people, and that is the justification they need. Like, they need to
Yep.
scare people into accepting it. They need to make you look like this is the trigger word. The word terrorist is that you're one of these people who can be on every corner murdering them, right? That's what they want to hear, the people.
The only way I'm gonna physically murder them is when I throw my computer at them.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, no one is going to murder anyone, and especially a guy like Assange is not going to murder anyone.
I mean, yeah, that's a load of bullshit, And we are now at the generation that we demand transparency from the government, right?
You'd think that would be okay, but apparently they're not as transparent. I mean, it's pretend transparent,
The people who say if you don't have anything to hide, you shouldn't be worried about us looking around in your business.
Exactly.
Will
I know who
put you
said
in
that.
prison for 175 years if you turn that phrase around on them. It shows you how much they have to hide.
I know who said that. It was good. It was a man called Goebbels. Wasn't he famous for it? He was a high up Nazi dude.
Yeah. The chief propagandist guy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Joseph. Nee, not Joseph. What was his name again? Not Joseph. Damn it.
Yeah, Joseph Goebbels. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Joseph.
What?
Joseph Goebbels.
What position? The propaganda guy is Goebbels.
That's well. You pronounce it as Goebbels.
I think
it's,
Goebbels. It's just how you write it.
Yeah, I know, but you pronounce it as
Goebbels. I don't know.
Watch me Hoosier this one up. Joseph Goebbels. That's how you hear it in a lot of them. I'm serious.
I like Goebbels because it sounds like Google.
And actually, he had some doctor title as well. It was Herr Dr. Goebbels. So I'm not sure what kind of doctor title he had.
Dr. Goebbels?
Yeah, he had. I think he was some. He had some professor title or something like. Really.
Really?
Yeah.
Weird.
Sorry, it doesn't make them more important than anyone. That's just stuff they did. Disgusting.
Just a fact. But yeah, we are at the generation now where we demand transparency from the government. But yeah, indeed, they have enough skeletons in the closet, right?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
I mean, all the shit that they pulled, for example, with Iraq, you know, trying to convince people that they have weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah.
Just to justify the war in Iraq, right? Which I think basically was just about oil.
Oh yeah, it's always about power grab for resources, for sure.
Yep. I mean, what was the first thing they took? It was the oil fields, right?
Yeah.
Big hint there.
Because you're dealing with a collapsing financial system, and these people need collateral against it. So what they're going to get is resources and real estate, because allows them to borrow more money from international bankers.
And that's the thing. Those are controlling the world, I think.
Those people controlling the world, those international bankers. Like, imagine yourself going to a bank, you need collateral to borrow money, and if you have like a big house, you can borrow a lot of money. So if they invade a country and they have an entire country, and they go to the bank and say like, I have this country as collateral, give me this and this money, they can get anything they want. So yeah, so look at it like this: the power is not with the presidents; it's with the international finance system. That's where they borrow their money.
Presidents are just puppets, you know.
Yeah.
People need to look at it differently. They don't need to look at presidents as having the power anymore. Like they're puppets. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, think of what the title head of state entails. That entails the fact that you're representing the country. So in a sense, that representation, you can apply that same concept to not representing the country, but representing, you know, the corporate, imperialist, capitalist interests that are ruling most of the world right now. Like, they're just head PR agent of said division of this whole system.
Yeah, you know,
like they're just
they represent the people, but that's not the case. They just represent their own pockets.
I mean, what we're selling isn't even a theoretical concept of it. It's a mythology. Yeah, and even that doesn't match the marketing. Even like the ever-shifting, ever-adapting mythos behind the Great American Experiment, like even the real-time lies don't match up with reality. It is one of the most fascinating con games, and it's not even a con game. It's like an illusionist. Right, but like making the Statue of Liberty disappear, except for its actual liberty that is disappearing.
Yeah. But the thing is, you know, people like Assange and all the other whistleblowers, they see through it and they try to reach out to people, and yeah, that's a threat to them, right? That's why they're hunting us down. Because if you have physical proof, like the government is lying to us, well, they don't like that. Not at all. Right?
Right.
So I think they are using Assange now as an example, as a scare tactic, you know, to shut everybody up, you know. Like, oh.
Yeah, that's the thing is, if his case gets transferred to the United States, like, what exactly do they really have on him as far as the accusations? Because the hacking never happened, and the things that he's done, that Julian has done, others have done, and yet they didn't go after everybody. They only went after a few people. Like, what was it? Nat said Geek did the same thing, but they're fine.
Well, they're only going after the public figures.
Yeah.
Right?
Hey guys, just real fast, Alex Hills says in the chat, Candles for Assange are listing 53 cities from 20 countries holding birthday actions for Julian.
Yes, I saw Poland was doing something. I was like, okay, Polsties.
Pat yourself on the ass, Poland.
Okay, well,
you deserve it.
So you can find the list on Twitter, on the Candles for Assange account, of course, and she talks about the Facebook group too. I would not advise to go to Facebook, but You can find it, at least for us, you can find it on Twitter for our listeners.
Yuck, Facebook. Yuck. Hashtag
Because Julian Assange,
Command
because Julian Assange,
X, y'all.
no, because Julian Assange has been advocating time and time again against Facebook. So I would not advise to go there.
Hashtag delete your Facebook.
Yeah.
I don't understand why. I don't understand why anybody's on there. I think my predictions are correct. Like,
As
you know, like I
boomers.
said about last year that, you know, Facebook is going to be MySpace, and it's literally turning into that because I've been seeing here and there, like, what was it? Instagram was trying to migrate the apps into one. I think their messenger service, they were trying to link it together. But long term, that site really doesn't have the right team to keep it growing throughout the years. It just their head CEO, like, and just the what was her name, Sarah, what was her name, Sanders or whatever. She's just as bad, or whatever her name is. She's just as bad as Mark, and they literally have no. It's from what I hear, it's like listening to a chicken with its head cut off and not listening to what the people want. And they're destroying their own platform. So,
Well, I deleted Facebook years ago, and I'm actually glad that I did it. You know, because
Go ahead, Rob.
I'm sorry. I kind of wonder what's the best strategy for people, like, to keep like a bullshit Facebook profile with just like generic posts, or to just delete yourself. You know what I mean?
You saw what what Facebook is doing to people who are posting shit outside the narrative, right?
Yeah, no, that's not my question. It's that like keep a profile that just bullshit, like just like your name.
Don't, because every time you do that, right, you know, you're scrolling through the video carousel, or you're scrolling through. No, I'm telling you why you shouldn't be on there. I'm answering your question. You shouldn't be on.
I'm not saying to be on there. I'm saying to keep a profile that you just don't use. So when they look you up,
but if you're still on there, they're still collecting money on you being the product.
yep.
yeah, but your data. I think Corbett one time said that if you fill out these surveys and stuff and you give like bullshit info, you're poisoning their data.
That's not true. I've done this for a friend. Okay, you know that new iOS feature where you can ask app not to track. I told my friend that they have already circumvented this. So I did a couple Google searches, and I went in the video carousel, and you know what showed up? Exactly what I was looking for on a Google search.
But the same thing. The thing is, like, if you have a profile, a decoy, let's say, whatever it is, you know, you like tacos or whatever, and then you don't go on, and you're not keeping it active on your phone, you're not using the app or whatever, then like you have like a profile that's useless to them, and the only time they can really get info is when you log in. How else can they get info on?
If you have the app, it's on all the time.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, like, my point was, like, make a profile. Is it better to just keep the profile with just, like, garbage on there, and you have a public face, like, let's say they're looking at an interview, you know, when they look you up for an interview or whatever, they'll see, like, you're an upstanding person and you like tacos or whatever. Instead of not finding you, which is suspicious to some people, you know, like, why aren't you on social media? Oh, I am, I just barely go on. You know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking social engineering. Like, maybe it's good to keep like a fake kind of like identity.
No, if everybody would delete their Facebook, you know, Facebook would go bankrupt. You know.
Everyone would have to leave at once and move to other platforms, I guess. Otherwise, it makes sense what you're saying, Rob. But as an alternative, I would say everyone needs to just leave at once.
Yeah, but Facebook was like for a long time not making money, and they still were getting money. It's just like the vaccine manufacturer Moderna, who was working for the DARPA. The military funded it, right? The DARPA, whoever, the intelligence agencies. So it's going to sit there, and it's going to exist for however long that people are on there, right? So it doesn't change the fact, like, if you delete your profile or not, like, there's 100 million other people that want to be on there, you know?
Yeah, this has been a trend that's been going on since 2017. The whatever Facebook has been saying is their actual user base has been dropping steadily by millions each year since 2017. This is where they shot themselves in the foot, and this happened around 2018. They started getting rid of the news sites. They started getting rid of content creators. They were making people who didn't have political ideologies that aligned with theirs. They took them off there, and then they started just getting rid of pages indiscriminately. Then there was the account bannings. Whoever didn't identify themselves with a driver's license, they were getting rid of those accounts. Yeah, I mean, seriously, this is not something you want to do if you want to have a successful platform. Like, honestly, it doesn't need any policing. If you have a great platform, people will come. I say that with impunity. Like,
actually, they asked me that too the last time I had a Facebook profile. I had to identify by driver's license. The only thing I sent them was a picture of my middle finger.
Nice.
Here's another question about deleting.
I know that Facebook's customer base has gone down, but Instagram's has not.
No, Instagram is growing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why Facebook gets
Facebook.
Yeah, that's why Facebook gets its value now from Instagram.
Facebook is also expanding into the global south like a motherfucker. Like, they've basically given up on the West in most of their like talking points. Like, they understand that the West isn't where their next generation of user bases is coming from.
Well, what bugs me the most about Facebook is the censorship that happens there. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just say, for example, anything against the vaccine, you're getting banned. That's pure censorship, right?
Well, I'm pretty sure that it's a lot of it goes down to their. Facebook has a very good reputation of designing shitty algorithms. But it was probably intentional just to get rid of anything that said anything about COVID. But
because they are arm deep in the government's behind. Let me put it there in a nice way, right?
Yeah, even Instagram, long term, I really don't see it standing the test of time. Mainly due to its limited functionality, but I've been wrong before. But there's a couple things they need to implement to keep. I know there are a lot of business profiles and public figures and stuff, but if they would allow you to put URL links in the bottom of posts, and if they could implement like Facebook tried to do it, but they've really done a bad job of it, was their own web store to sell products. That's kind of like not very designed very well, but that's something they can improve on. But Facebook is Instagram, Instagram is Facebook. I mean, they're both headquarters are at one hacker away, which I don't understand why he calls. He's not a hacker. Zuckerberg is a shitty coder. I've seen his shit. I saw the old Angel Fire codes from 2002.
It was like a GeoCities
JavaScript, and it was very shitty at that.
Like a GeoCities style site he built.
I don't know. When Facebook ever buys a product, they intentionally try to destroy it, and that was kind of their intention with Instagram. But I think Mark has realized that he's losing shit ton of money each year, and the only product that's really keeping him alive right now is WhatsApp and Instagram that they own.
Don't use both.
Yeah. There were some scary times for WhatsApp. I mean, there still are. Where the main guy who designed WhatsApp as a secure platform, and I remember when Mark said about a year ago when he said that he wanted to implement what was it, advertising and monitoring what people were doing, and then he did it for a secure messaging platform.
He's so good at not answering the questions that he's been asked. Right?
You know he's a real creepy guy in real life. You know what his ultimate plan was for Facebook?
No.
Was to meet women. Seriously.
Yeah, you were making a list of pretty girls from different universities.
Yeah, that was his only priority.
Creeper.
I'm not even surprised that he's a creep.
He only wears one shirt, one pair of pants.
I think I honestly think he has like 1,000 of those exact same shirts though.
Maybe I hope so, but it looks like he dresses in the same clothes every day.
He looks like
I hope he changes his underwear.
he looks like Data from Star Trek.
He does actually.
Did you ever watch his live stream? I watched it was like about 2 years ago. It was Mark Zuckerberg's backyard barbecue. Like I couldn't even stand him talking for 3 minutes before I'd be like, dude, if you don't stop talking about the sauce, I'm gonna slap you upside the fucking head.
The guy who never blinks, right?
Yeah.
You can't drink a glass of water, right?
I mean, did you see the whole hearing with Zuckerberg? He never blinks. He never blinks his eyes. I was like,
Yeah.
fuck.
Well, that's the hearing that I'm referring to is the one where, like, he never actually drinks his water. He just puts it up to his lips and, like, takes it back down, like,
Is he?
He's weird too. Like he puts the tape over the camera on his laptops. He's always paranoid people are hacking him. But yeah, he claims he was a hacker. He's not.
Well, I do that. I have duct tape on my phone. I have duct tape on my on my computer, on the computer, on the camera lens. You know.
Oh yeah, stuff like that really exists. But to be honest, like, I don't know. This is something that I wouldn't expect from Mark. So.
Yeah. I'm annoyed every time you say the word Mark, but you're right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, it's true.
I know, there were a couple times.
Yeah, every time you say Mark,
Sorry, Zuckerberg.
So just say Zuckerberg or something like.
Zuckerberg, yeah. I don't know. I got a million bad things to say and not enough to. I remember once they had a meeting. They had a meeting in 2019, right when their stocks were plummeting quite a bit, and the top shareholders were telling what's her name? Sharon Sandberg, I think is her name. They told her that they needed to do a vote to take Zuckerberg out of the picture, and none of them, and like she didn't have enough backbone to do it. And I'm pretty sure this happens, every couple of quarters, when their stock valuations are not high. Is that there's only one limiting factor from the platform, and that's Mark Zuckerberg's really weird forte on policing his own platform.
Well, Jews and their money, right? Don't touch the money.
Jewish, and I don't mind. I don't mind that, but
Tonight, the part of Alamo will be played by Ed.
Don't touch the money, because then they go crazy.
like I wouldn't be surprised if Mark Zuckerberg's like financial, how rich he is, if he's how much actual cash base he has versus how much he's worth on the books, because I have a feeling that if push come to shove and he was forced to liquidate all his assets, he would only have a few $100,000 in actual money.
Yeah, actually, that's probably how they get them to keep being like fucking tools for the establishment.
Yeah. Like
They're like the princes and the princesses of like the Tsar in Russia. Like they were so much in debt, even though they had wealth. So like they just didn't actually have anything else they could do. So they were like puppets of the Tsar.
Well, you know what happened to them?
Yeah.
Rasputin. They try to kill Rasputin too. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Like, yeah, like if the CIA and the NSA crashed down, right? Probably never happened, but yeah, I'm sure we'd go after Elon Musk, we'd go after Bill Gates, all of them.
Well, that's wishful thinking, right?
Well, I don't think we have to worry about Bill Gates. I hear that there is a pedo affiliation that's going to destroy him. Like, I'm not joking. That's why I'm hearing a lot of rumors. That's why his wife wanted a divorce, was his ties to Epstein.
I think if they really divorce, Bill Gates is just half the worth that he has now, because.
Oh, you know who also went ways with Bill Gates? Warren Buffett. Yeah, when he found out that he had like some business tied up with him, he bounced too.
Warren Buffett
bullshit.
is fucking capitalizing off of Bill Gates's being the sacrificial lamb for a lot of people's outrage. Bill Gates and Fauci get sacrificed.
Yeah.
While Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway continues to buy up all of the single-family homes alongside BlackRock and a number of Chinese investment firms, making the United States basically a permanent renting class.
Yeah.
And still, Melinda Gates continues with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which owns, 300 million acres of farmland?
Yeah, and Berkshire Hathaway is an early investor in Microsoft, and like they did with Coca-Cola too. They invest early on, and now like the stretch is kind of out Microsoft. It's like going down a bit, right? So it's not a surprise that Berkshire Hathaway is moving out of it and switching to other things. And so Warren Buffett is just dumping his fake friend.
I wonder if they have a prenup, the Gates, because if not, she will take half of his money.
Yeah.
Well, they were married for 27 years.
Yeah.
But they were married for 27 years, like, she knew he was Epstein's friend before 2019.
Yep.
Yeah. And they all knew about his sexual proclivities.
100%.
Of course.
She was his office side piece.
Yep.
Why are these rich people these creepers, right?
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. Like that's an initiation. Like if you don't have these weird tastes and crazy stuff. Remember Eyes Wide Shut, where they had that society of rich people. That's like their way of keeping each other in check.
Yeah, well, also keep in mind they look at us very differently than we think. Like, we look at it from our own perspective, but they look at themselves as, like, above humans, right? And so they can do pretty much anything they want to the normal humans.
The
Yeah, like you can say the Ubermensch. That's how they look at us. Like they're the
but in
Ubermensch.
reality,
Right.
in reality, they aren't Ubermensch, because Ubermensch original definition was someone that was like doing things with the maximum benefit for themselves and everyone. They are actually spending more effort covering up lies and playing these shell games. Like right now, Microsoft looks bad, Bill Gates look bad. Then the next group will take over, and they'll be the ones to save the day. And then people will be fooled again for another 10 years or 20 years. Then the next guy, like Elon Musk, he took over the Microsoft satellite program,
So you think Musk will be next?
What?
Not if Uranon Central has anything to say about it.
Oh,
Super anonymous.
Oh my God! Don't get me started. Don't get me started about your anon. Beep.
How did you peep yourself out after the stuff you already said on air?
Are they going to start a franchise?
Okay, I gotta say it. You're anonymous cunt.
Cunts.
Happy?
Oh man.
Elon Musk has a great future in front of him. Let's just say it like that.
I'm not sure if you saw, but I posted something in the server and also in the local league server, by the way. Apparently, a group called Go Squad doxed Yak.
Yeah. Well,
Oh yeah. That was Lulzbolt did the same thing, but then Sparta said the docs wasn't real, but yet then somebody who has a bigger follower base says that does the same docs. They went a little more in depth and got some pictures, which I thought was pretty cool. And then he denies it and then blocks everybody.
Yeah, his dogs has been like flying around in chats for a long time already. I mean, there's nothing new. But so, did Siege and these people post it again? Like,
Barbie did.
oh, okay.
Well, that's what you can expect when you act like a cunt, right?
You know what they did is I checked out their site and I was just looking at I was inspecting the elements, seeing what exactly they're doing on the website. It is a Google site. It is a pop-up site. It is basically like on top of the store, which is already really bad that they're profiting off of Anon, and then they're justifying it on their fucking Twitter profiles, which now puts them in the category of non-official, and then all the other fucking has-beens over the years.
The whole
Is they're making money off of you looking at the page. I remember looking at their splash page, and there was 5 ads.
Actually, I don't follow them. On Twitter, I got Yak blocked.
Yeah, same here.
No, I don't block anyone. I don't block anyone. I did have a Sparta in my DMs like a week or two ago. He messaged me. I don't know. Like, I'm not happy with these people making money, and they call themselves Central and stuff is not a good thing either. They've been doing that since forever, but they're making money and all this stuff. That is really one step too far again. I mean,
I wouldn't recommend.
Well,
I wouldn't recommend following or even commenting on Sparta's stuff. And this is just like a heads up. I've caught him several times. He's been using third-party software to find out who is following him and what. And he's so paranoid that he thinks that everybody is some sort of state-level actor, which is hilarious because he's not technically inclined. But yeah, he does on the daily look at his followers.
He's a grifter.
Just the name already, your Anon Central is against all principles of Anonymous, because Anonymous has no central account. We don't have a leader, right? So just that is already against the concept of Anonymous, which used to be decentralized.
And if the only fucking topic that gets them to say something is fucking Bitcoin and Elon Musk, that shows like they don't really give a shit about Assange or whatever's going on. They only care about, he only cares about his income.
Yeah, money.
Yeah, like I've said this over the years, and they blocked me before, talking about the whole Heather Marsh thing because I've blown it out of the waters, and I have a lot of proof to say that Heather Marsh was on the account and Heather Marsh was running the account, profiting off of the account for years. So I'm blocked because of that. But at the same time, there were a lot of weird characters that came when the account got big, and honestly, I don't like if honestly they're not going to last. They're not going to last the test of time. Really, they're not.
Yeah. There's no.
There's no base. There's nothing. The money that they're getting donated is not going towards video projects and getting freelancers out there. They do all their research by copying and pasting other shit, and their articles are shitty at best. And they'll be like what Anon News Co did, which is the non-official thing on Facebook, and they have like 14 million followers or some absurd number.
I mean,
most of them are.
Muscle Ray is saying your non-news was hostile to WikiLeaks back then. Well, some on there are hostile to WikiLeaks, but it is under new management. Just saying.
Well, I mean, come on, anonymous official on Facebook. There you have it. How can you take that seriously?
Yeah, new management doesn't mean shit.
I mean, also I can attest that their links are banned. Their website is banned on several social media sites I tried.
I mean, it's well known that the general portion of Anonymous doesn't like Facebook, and they're gonna make an official Anonymous page on Facebook. I was like, yeah, right.
Yeah, we all know that, but I mean, like, are we really going to have to like remove these people or just let them run with it? Because if they are calling themselves anonymous, like we said before, they're taking credits for all these illegal operations, so why not let them?
Yeah.
They have this silent partner, and I think that they're the ones that are helping them build this shitty plastic empire that they're trying to put together. It's called Spooky Media or something like that, and I believe that is their silent partner.
Well, that has the same advertising code as the Sparta's website, just saying. They have the same Google AdSense.
Yep.
Well, the main issue that I have with them is they are pushing the wrong agendas,
Yeah, but if people are too stupid to if you're in an Anon, you have already given up on like most mass media and stuff. And then if you come into Anon and you get sucked into like an actual trend that they're trying to suck you into, then you wanted it. You wanted to be tricked because like that's why there's a market for it.
Yeah, but the thing is, the really important things like Assange and like FreeCommanderX and everything gets ignored by them,
Yeah, but I mean, like, if you are like an activist or you're a truth seeker and you're looking and you stumble on their shit, you're gonna know it's bullshit, or you're gonna be like, well, there's not much here. So like the people that are supporting them, that are getting them the ad clicks and all that stuff, that means that there's a lot of like bullshit people that are thinking Anon is like something cool, right? And they're at least taking them away from the actual Anon, like you don't want a lot of idiots in your group.
True, but on the other side, they give it a bad name.
And on the other side of that, there's a lot of people that follow that bullshit that's being spewed by Anon Central. Like a lot of people thinking that Anonymous was kind of like freedom fighters and great advocates for human rights, seeing Uranon Central pushing CIA talking points and then think, okay, that's fine, this is a good account to follow here.
Yep.
But it's clear like when you look at something, like the other day, I forget who was on, and he said something about the Delta variant, and I was like, okay, well, if you go into the research, you'll find out it's 99.9% identical, and they're claiming all this whatever mutations and stuff, right? So, like, if you believe, like, let's say the mainstream media repurposed on a anon or alt media site, like the Young Turks, they do that with the Democratic MSNBC stuff, right? They repackage it, they rebrand it, right? So if you're too stupid and you realize that that's like not bullshit, then you're gonna fall for shit anywhere.
Well, the thing is, you're seeing it from our perspective, you know, but somebody
Yeah.
who's not educated yet, whose mind isn't open yet, they don't know the difference between the
Yep.
real anonymous and the fake anonymous, right?
But who taught you how to figure out what the truth is? And you know, you've made mistakes. Let's say in the past, I have, and then
Yeah.
get to the point where you are. Who taught you? Yourself.
Yeah.
And that came from being fooled. I was fooled before. You were fooled. We all believed things that were bullshit. But we worked our way towards figuring stuff out. There's no one that's going to give you the truth, because you might not even believe it. You know what I mean?
Well, the thing
I
is,
have hope.
the thing is, one, you never look at one source. You always look for several sources, right?
Yeah, but some people are, even in the truther movement, only look for one source. Like, let's say they believe Alex Jones, or they believe what's his name, David Icke, or Anon, or whatever, and they'll find the first good-looking part of that, and they'll fall for it, and then they'll just keep repeating it. And those are the people that, at some point, they may or may not get to the point where they realize, oh, even in the truth movement, there's disinfo.
Mm-hmm.
But until you learn for yourself, you like, if I told you that you believe in bullshit, you still might be like, yeah, well, this is what I believe is true, and think I'm full of shit, right? And then you have a lot of this infighting, like, oh, you're an infiltrator, I'm an infiltrator, whatever.
That's what's actually happening in Anonymous, and that's actually part of the reason why I stepped out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like at some point, the people that are figure out with time, with wisdom, like Lori at a young age, me at 40s, you at, let's say, whatever age, then we can be the, whatever you call it, the truth, or try to, right? Until then, like, some people believe in sources. Like, my source told me that so and so is doing this thing or that thing, and I'm like, what, you are in Anon, but you believe in a source? Like, that's your source? Like, when I read something, I don't just believe because of the source. I believe because the data or the information or the logic matches reality, you know?
Exactly, but like I said, not everybody is educated enough already, you know, and not saying that they are stupid, but so yeah, they don't know the difference, you know. Not
but
yet.
they will. But the way for them, like,
not
let's
saying
say,
everyone is stupid, but I mean, there's a lot of idiots out there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but the truth is the truth, regardless of the messenger, right?
yeah, and like, if you were popular, let's say Anonymous got like an actual big following, and we had a good image and everything, despite the media, like, still there would be people that would be in there that would just follow what we said without actually understanding why. And that's the thing that we're I think
that's why
my feeling is,
that's why
we got to try to.
The masses are sheep. The masses of people are just sheep. They follow everything.
Yeah, well, on this panel we don't necessarily always agree with each other, so that's the thing.
Yeah.
That is a fair debate. Like,
Yeah.
we discuss a subject and we plenty of times don't agree with each other, so that's fine.
And that's
and it's
okay,
like,
you know. And if you don't agree with certain operations, you just don't participate, right?
but and that's healthy though. That teaches people that, like, you don't have to be in the group think, because like in the group think, let's say everyone in this group believes that so and so is saving this or whatever. then it's like, what's the point of having a brain? Like, you know the answer already. You know the truth. I think that's what we have to try to, well, we are bringing is that, like, this anti-authoritarian, because even among anti-authoritarian groups, there is an authoritarian kind of like hierarchy.
Yeah, and that's a lot of activism in a nutshell.
Yep.
Yeah, well, authoritarians aren't going to accept someone else to be the authority. They want to be the authority, so there's always going to be fighting among them. That's just my perspective of it.
And that's actually what's going on with Yak. You know, he thinks he's the anonymous authority, right? He is the leader of Anonymous.
Well, he thinks he's right about everything, and the rest are all shills and Russian assets and stuff. So
Yeah. And infiltrators and we are all fats, right?
But he believes this kind of stuff. So yeah, technically.
I guess then we should learn how to speak Russian so we can benefit.
Suka!
Tyler can speak Russian. Tyler, you can speak Russian.
Yeah.
Yet.
I recognize Suka.
Suka!
Yeah, me too.
Oh, Suka, you like
I think suka means penis.
No.
Or no, bitch. Bitch.
Like
shit, bitch?
bitch.
Yeah, bitch.
You know,
Russian cuss words don't translate into English right. Like
We
fuck,
have to-
like can also mean go fly a kite, which means the same thing.
we have
Yeah,
this
well,
program. We have this program on TV here in the Netherlands. It's like Idiots on the Road, you know, and they show a lot of those Russian car accidents, right? And you always hear this word "suka," you know, and they're like, "Oh yeah, there it is again," you know.
Hey, okay.
How I actually learn Russian, you know, by listening to them.
Redneck Economics asks, how much does being a Russian asset pay asking for a friend? I can tell you, in Russia, you actually pay Mother Russia to be an asset.
In Russia, they pay with vodka.
Oh!
There you go.
It's good, Stevie.
Probably not too well. Unless you're living like in a big city. I don't think you'd be making that much money as a Russian asset.
You don't pay well at all.
You'd be better off being like a drug dealer or something.
Yeah,
or,
no.
or work for the CIA or whatever.
For the CIA, there you go.
The
Yeah.
ghost of Hugo Chavez pays much better than Vladimir Putin.
Or the mafia, right?
What about Fidel Castro? Sorry, Raul Castro. Does he pay good?
You know what? Maybe.
What is it?
I'd be surprised.
184 nations voted to get rid of the sanctions, and the United States and Israel vetoed it.
It's just, I mean, it's a part of the strategy that the U.S. laid out decades ago, where they basically said, okay, the Castros are too popular. We'll just have to starve the people of Cuba until somehow they revolt against their popular leader. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
It's
Right, but
asinine that the
but,
whole blockade and embargo is still happening.
That's what.
But it doesn't work there because they're actually competent. They know how to run healthcare without
Yes.
having to use big money. They know how to actually make their own food, and I think that they really don't use that much gasoline compared to like other nations. So they're independent.
Several years ago, I've been to Cuba, you know, on a holiday, and
Oh.
I traveled around in Cuba with my ex-wife, you know, and in general, the people didn't seem unhappy.
Yeah. I mean that.
They have a
You-
really good education system on the
Yeah.
state.
Mm-hmm.
They have a really good healthcare system on the state. And all the hotels and all the shops and everything is state owned. You know?
Yeah, they're going into co-ops now, where like let's say there's a small business, and you want to, like, your town makes tiles or whatever, you can like incorporate like a local co-op or whatever, because the state is slow. You know, like if the state, they see a market, it takes them forever to get into it. So they're, yeah, it's kind of like a hybrid, whatever you call it, socialism. Because socialism is ideally like where everyone owns the company, but in
That is
Cuba, it's,
they're not doing it. You're right. They're not doing that in Cuba. But that is only been done correctly by Joseph Tito Broz in Yugoslavia, and that's why Yugoslavia was completely torn apart by the West, right? And everyone was being murdered because because Tito did do this. He gave he was competing with his companies on a capitalist market successfully, by giving his employees a share of the company. So they were all working in the company and making like money out of it because they owned the company. They co-owned it. There was a concept of
but you can't have that to the rest of the West. And I mean, like it was said earlier, to this day, Cuba is still being sanctioned and embargoed, and they persevere through it. I mean, like, even though things aren't the best in Cuba, obviously because of those conditions, they still don't treat their homeless people the way that the homeless at Echo Park got treated. The way that they're treated in Los Angeles or Miami or Santa Cruz or anywhere. Like,
or in Florida, where they made it illegal to be homeless, right?
Actually, in 20, or not 2020. Oh yeah, in 2020 I think it was. Trump, he did a huge pullback on the sanctions that were on Cuba.
Yeah, I wanted to ask.
I think also
sanctions was lifted, right?
Yeah, a lot of it was lifted.
But they keep putting it back.
I don't
like some of it was lit. Some of the embargoes were lifted under Obama, and then they were put back on.
Sometimes they do it for show, like when Trump was doing that whole prescription drug thing, where he was trying to lower the prices. He only lowered like a handful of stuff that is not really as popular as you think, but they wanted to make it look like incrementalism, like things are going to change. But meanwhile, there's like tons of other drugs that people use. The prices are still ridiculous. Meanwhile, in Europe and Canada, it's fucking so crazy that they could charge totally different prices for the same product here versus like Canada, Europe, Mexico.
Anywhere in the world you can get a month's worth of insulin for $25, right? Here in the U.S., if you want to get a month's worth of insulin, at best you would pay $100. On average, it's about $300.
Yeah, and it's funny. I always get this crap like, well, that's because they pay a lot of taxes. First of all, they pay less even if it's out of pocket. Like my friend had to get surgery in France, and it was a week of hospitalization. You know, surgery and the hospitalization. He paid €1,800. That's like $2,000, $2,200, something like that, for out of pocket. He's not a citizen, right? But he has friends over there. Here, you could be paying that with your insurance, like copays and all this bullshit, right? The reason why we're paying so much for health insurance is not because we have the best. It's because there's so many more people that are trying to profit off of it. And we're always saying that, like, we're always acting like the cost of our health care is because it's better. I don't know why America thinks
actually not.
No, it's not.
Right.
It's horrible.
You're right. And I think I've talked about this, more than a dozen times on this show. They justify the price of the medication for two reasons. A, when you submit a patent on a medication, you also not only patent the chemical itself, but you also patent the manufacturing process so that nobody else can make it like you made it, right? And that's part of it. The majority of that they justify the price of the medications.
Yeah, well,
are R&D, and then these R&D prices, they say, okay, well, we need to make $1 billion because that's how much we did in R&D. But 90% of the time, the R&D is all on the books. It's never actually done in whatever, because they use the same lab. They make the narcotics. They do the antidepressants. It's the same lab.
And that's how the pharmaceutical industry keeps his monopoly position, right?
Yeah, and we know that they don't spend that money on R&D. They spend more money on advertising and
Well, yeah, if we
lobbying.
got rid of, I've said this several times. What would be the worst thing? How bad would it be if we got rid of the FDA and the DEA? I'm just saying, because this is also an added cost, because if we got rid of those two entities, anybody and their mother could be producing. Like I've done this several times, even on my Twitter page. How to make HIV medication. I mean, it's not very hard. They use fungal.
Well, Tyler, at least it's not how to make explosives like you gave on the show before.
Okay, but I'm just saying that, like, a lot of these chemicals that people use for life-saving medications are not hard to make.
Well, actually, making explosive is not that hard.
Shut up!
No, I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna say anything. I just. It's not that hard either. But.
Oh my God!
Wasn't there?
Tyler already gave a whole entire fucking schematic the last time.
Now we have it available in a previous episode. If you need it, you can find it.
What I'm saying is, like, why do we allow the bureaucracy to let these multi-billion, even trillion-dollar companies at this point decide that $2,000 or $5,000 a month? I remember I was on one medication that was an injectable, was a biologic, and they were charging me $2,000 a month to give myself a shot. And here I am thinking it's just all it is a protein chain, right? Complex protein chain that's grown in a lab. Okay, they do this by by hundreds of gallons at a time. So the medication only costs maybe about $20 to $40 to produce a month's worth. So why am I paying 1,000-fold of what the actual medication costs?
Actually, my sister.
Corporate greed. That's the thing.
I just want to say real quick. Do you remember Martin Scarelli, right? You remember what he did, and you remember how he built this?
Yeah.
And he was the only one that ever really got in trouble for that. And there's dozens of other.
Yeah.
Dozens, thousands, whatever. But there's medications that are overpriced, and there's no real, like, fair price for anything in the medical industry. Like, if you go to the hospital and without insurance, man, you're gonna get charged without the ass for, like,
the bed alone, on average, nationwide in the United States, just sitting down in the bed is $2,300.
Yeah.
Just sitting down.
If you don't have health insurance in America, sure they help you, but they help you last. You put they put you somewhere in the hallway, and they make you wait and make you wait and make you wait and make you wait.
Well, I've been trying to say something, so let him speak.
Oh yeah, thanks. My friend's sister, she has lupus, so she can't get the vaccine and all that stuff, and she got sick. So she thought she had COVID and got tested, and just to be sure, they gave her HCQ. She started getting better, right? But it depends on your doctor, right? Because she has lupus, they didn't push these more conventional kind of things, right? Which is weird because HCQ works perfectly fine in people that are not, having lupus and stuff. But for them, they'll say, go get the vaccine, go do this, go do that. And those things actually make people sick. The treatments that they make big money on are like, I don't know why people go to like allopathic medicine when even their treatment, like she was going to get given, I was advising him, immunoglobulin compound or whatever, right? I read the sheet. The side effects are the same of the stuff she's going through. She's got body aches. She's got a fever. I'm like, do you want to take this thing or do you want to wait and see if you get better? But most people...
Most of those medications, especially for lupus, have a lot of side effects because they suppress the immune system, and a lot of them are known to cause cancer. Like the doctor will tell you, if you've been on this medication, there is the increased chance that you'll get cancer, especially like methotrexate and all the other ones.
I'm not sure if you heard about this. Years ago, there was a medicine in Germany. I can't remember what it was for. and it was approved by Europe and everything, you know. And years later, they found out that women who took that medicine while they were pregnant had children that had serious deformations.
Oh, are you talking about Zofran on Dandestron? Yeah, it is known that if a woman gets nauseous and uses the anti-nausea medicine, there's increased chance of birth deformities. Yeah, they found that.
So
is that thalidomide scandal in the 1950s, 1960s?
No. This is more recent. This Zofran has been around, and that was the initial event. I think that's why we have the FDA, was because of that.
Hasn't there been several scandals with that medicine?
Okay.
Yeah, but the one I'm talking about is the anti-nausea medicine. They for a while they were giving it to pregnant women, but there's like a 1 in 1,000 chance that it can cause like birth deformities, but they found it the hard way.
I'll tell you, because I was just taking medicine for dizziness, right? And this medicine literally
Side effect dizziness.
Side effect dizziness. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's exactly it. No, that's what I'm on. Right. So I was having real bad vertigo. Right. I I just started taking this medicine. It's called
Meclizine.
Meclizine. And oh my god, man! Like, if you take too much of that shit, your world will spin faster than the vertigo.
Well, you know what they make it from? It's derived from the nightshade family, which is, I don't know if you ever heard of the Jamestown poisoning, where it's made from a herb that's notorious for making people hallucinate. But there's also like 18 different medicines made from the same plant.
Right. Now that's funny that you say hallucinate, because I said, remember I said, or I don't know if you were on or not, I don't remember. I know Glory was and Mark was, but I was saying that I was like literally seeing the world upside down. And it didn't make sense. Like, I felt like I was on drugs. Like,
hey, that's a trip.
No, man, like, seriously. I felt like I was on, like, LSD or fucking mushrooms or some shit. Like, the whole world was flipped upside down. And
what do you mean, like, literally upside down?
Yeah, I mean literally upside down. I mean, like, if I walked outside of my room and went to the refrigerator, everything in the refrigerator that was on the shelf was on the ceiling. Like, it was weird, man. Like, it was fucking bizarre.
They've done that with AK?
No, I don't have that anymore.
They've done that with glasses. They put these glasses on people and they make them wear it for like a couple days that turn everything upside down. And then when they take the glasses off, everything's upside down for a while because the brain doesn't know how to flip the image in the eye.
Well, there's a lot of stuff that happens when you start taking those kind of medications, though, like especially like atropine and a lot of the nightshade medicine derivatives that can also cause dilation of the pupils. And can also cause kaleidoscope visions, dream states, all sorts of in high doses. Like even that sleep aid medication. What is it? It's an antihistamine. It's derived from the nightshade, Somanex.
Ooh,
that's Datura. Yeah.
Yep, Datura. Can't remember the second name.
Strontium or something. Yeah, strontium or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Hell's bells, yeah.
That is really poisonous plant.
Medicines.
There was a funny
atropine.
There was a funny skit that Burmis did. Jason Burmis, the guy who did Loose Change for 9/11, where they were talking about, like, you know how Abilify came out because SSRIs weren't really working well for a lot of people's depression. So Abilify, there's a side effect of Abilify where it's like muscle twitching and involuntary contractions of like body parts. So then like they came, and then they came out with a drug to treat that recently, and you know but it's fucking funny because one of the side effects is the same fucking condition.
Yeah, a lot of those medications are
Actually,
The scams.
Actually, it grows in the wild here. You know.
So I was going to say a lot of the side effects from those classes of medicines is involuntary muscle twitches. A common one for those, the more common side effect for those medications are diabetes, gynecomastia, and tardive dyskinesia.
Actually, Datura grows in the wild here, you know, and I recognize it right away when I see it, you know. And a few of my old colleagues, you know, from the other company where I worked with, they tried to use Datura because they say you go tripping from it, you know.
The only tripping stuff I can recognize in nature here are liberty caps. They grow in the wild here everywhere. So
no, but
those are magic mushrooms.
It almost went wrong. They really had to go to the hospital and get their stomach pumped because indeed Datura is a family of the nightshade, the black nightshade, and it is really, really poisonous. So all the listeners, I can't recommend trying it because it will be fatal.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I love the people who go out looking for mushrooms because they have no idea if they're going to get like poisonous mushrooms or.
I do though. But you're right. It's very hard to. There are some things making.
They have an app. They have an app that actually identifies it for you.
Well, yeah, but most of the people that go out fucking looking for mushrooms, they're not that smart, right? Because they're looking for mushrooms.
And by the way,
right, and I'm like.
Other name for Datura is also witch's herb.
Witches, yeah, that too.
Yep.
That name is interesting, and it kind of makes me think of scopolamines and devil's breath.
It's related to, it's the same plant. They're actually distant cousins of each other. To be honest, the plant actually has scopolamine in there. They use it for skeletal muscle relaxant. I believe it's the precursor.
I think they use it for CIA brainwashing and MK Ultra stuff.
Well,
robbing people.
You know that plant foxglove.
Yeah, that stuff is bad. That stuff can make your heart have murmurs. Yeah.
Digitalis purpurea.
Digitalis, yeah.
That's probably a good way to make a heart attack dart gun, you know.
Yeah, they actually make heart medicines out of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, in large doses, yeah, it will stop your heart.
Of course.
Yeah, well, for it to be usable by like the CIA, etc., it has to be quickly removed from the body, right? So you need stuff that is untraceable afterwards. Otherwise, it's no use.
That's the thing. That's what I hear too. You know, if you poison somebody with digitalis, and they don't specifically look for it, it looks just like a normal heart attack.
Okay, because there's like a billion different things that you can influence human mind with, but there's like very few things that like are completely removed from the body afterwards.
Well, no,
invisible in the body.
There's 10. I wrote an article on it for wearechange.org one time. That was one of the articles that I was actually permanently deleted off of the website. Really? When the feds decided to take down the whole entire website and everything before the 2016 election, like a week before or something like that. I thought it was pretty funny. But yeah, that was one of the articles that they permanently like removed, and I could not get back. But I wrote an article on it before. It's like 10 different chemicals that are untraceable.
Yeah, and otherwise you should just, if you like, there are other methods, right? So you can you use sleep deprivation, etc. There's so many methods.
There are enough herbs that can influence you. For example, Itropa belladonna.
Yeah.
Oh, belladonna. Yeah. There's a lot of.
Oh yeah, true.
Belladonna has a similar alkaloids as Datura. They're all within.
Yep.
Most of the nightshades have the same chemicals, just in different ratios.
It's funny though, because I didn't think about that. When I always think about mind control and stuff, I always think of scopamines. But you're right, belladonna could actually be used the same way.
Yeah, by mind control, like if the fats or whatever want to mind control you, they can also just keep you awake. They can keep you awake for 7 days, and you start mixing up your dreaming with reality too. You start daydreaming without knowing it. So.
Yep.
I remember about 5 or 6 years ago when I was still active on the dark web. I remember I was on Alpha Bay, and they were selling in massive amounts scopolamine, and I was just thinking, I saw a Vice documentary how this started out.
It's gonna end well, right? Well, I mean, you remember? A few years ago, you remember that was actually being used in South America by people to rob people blind.
That was what I was thinking when I saw it was being sold. You know, that somebody was using this to rob somebody.
How did they give it to someone? Like with a needle or something?
They blow it in their face.
That's it. All you gotta do is breathe it in. That's it.
And by the way, if you are in America and near the Mexican border, Lufafora Williamsi.
Oh yeah, the La Fafra. Yeah, there's a church out in New Mexico that they pretty much established a legal way of doing it. But the La Fafra Williamsi is an endangered species, and that is mainly due to the hippie movement of the 1960s and 70s. It's become an endangered species.
It's also known as the peyote cactus. So,
but in South America they also use ayahuasca, right? Which is has similar effect as DMT. Actually, it's natural DMT. Make tea of it.
I think there was the working the substance is, I think, mescaline, right?
And peyote.
I was just gonna say, Mark. They also use it in the U.S. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just wanted to say, add on to it. Yeah, they also use it in the U.S. It's not just South America.
But in the U.S., I think the DMT is used. There's a chemical version of it, right? In what they use or not?
And then DMT. Yeah, there's variations, but
I don't know who.
Okay, yeah, but I just know that in South America they make these classic things like from the trees, right?
Actually, the peyote was already used by Indians. What I heard for those spiritual trips, right?
Yeah, the Navajo and the Hopi, I believe.
They use peyote. They use ayahuasca, tea, all sorts of stuff. I mean.
Well, basically, there was just tripping, right?
No, they were more. So it's kind of weird how they do it. They still do initiation rites for new people into the church, and they pretty much just do it the traditional way. They don't offer the plant to anybody trying to have a good time. It's really they have to make a pleading case about why they need to do it, and they use it more of a tool than something that they're using on a weekend. You know.
Yeah, it's not not recommended for first time use either. You can get really sick of it and stuff. So.
And by the way, never ever do it alone. That's a good tip that I can give them. Never do that alone.
Oh, I got a story for you guys for peyote. So my uncle did peyote, and he was hanging out with one of my friend's dads, and they ended up basically seeing knives chasing them around everywhere they went, and they could not get that out of their heads for hours. For hours, they just saw knives following them, like they were gonna get stabbed.
Oh.
So don't do peyote, because it can have that negative effect, and it can be so traumatizing. Yeah.
Yeah, bad trip from it, right?
Speaking of changing topics, should we talk about CommanderX?
Yeah.
We should talk about X, and we should talk about John McAfee too, because there's an update on John McAfee. I don't know if you guys saw or not in regards to John McAfee, but there was a autopsy that came out, and then there was a supposed report saying that he had a suicide note in his pocket, which is when I'm like, all right, you know, like I thought maybe John might have done it himself, but he ain't writing a fucking suicide note and killing himself like that. Where's he getting the pen? Where's he getting the paper inside jail to do that? You know, like.
And then what he said before he died, you know, way before, when I die of suicide, it was not me.
Yeah, he said that.
There was just some weird tweets that he put out prior to his death. I was just like, man, this guy looks like he's super depressed on his timeline. I could see it, you know, like, but I mean, after they say that he had a suicide note in his pocket, and apparently his lawyers are saying that they were ready to appeal the extradition request, and that's true. He also has an appeal, so why would he just off himself there? You know, like he still had a chance to fight back.
And by the way, if somebody is in prison and really that depressed, don't they put them on suicide watch?
Usually they do, but that doesn't happen a lot of the time. Yeah, a lot of the time it doesn't happen.
A lot of the time they miss the signs. Okay, that's one thing. But here's the big issue that I have is that John McAfee, like, I don't see him killing himself when he has an appeal, because he's a fighter, right? We all know he's a fighter. So I mean, like, or was a fighter, I should say. But I mean, like, you know, like I don't see him killing himself when he has an appeal ready, and his lawyers were already working on the appeal, and he talked to Janice a few hours before and said that he would see her the next day, this and that, or talk to her the next day. I'm sorry. So again, we have a situation here where somebody dies in prison, mirroring Epstein, essentially. I mean, I'm not saying that McAfee was wanted for trafficking kids, but what I'm saying is that both of them had names on powerful people.
And keep in mind, he was prepared for this for a long time. He knew it was coming for a long time, so it's not like he was shocked by it and like suddenly thinks like, I have to kill myself or whatever. No. He was a fighter, like you're saying, and he knew for years that they would catch him at some point. I mean, when we had him on the show, and it was October 2019, and that was like it's 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's true, but I don't see him doing it. I don't see him doing it when he had a lawyer appeal and he was talking to Janice. The official story is that he told the guards that he needed some time alone. And then the official story is he wrote a suicide note and killed himself. Question is, how did he hang himself in prison? They haven't said. Number one. And number two, how did he get the materials to write a suicide note? And number three is this is the Spain prison system. The Spain prison system is corrupt as fuck.
Catalan, actually, but you're right. He was in Catalonia, Barcelona.
Easily, yeah. You can have somebody killed easily in Barcelona prison or in any type of Spain prison.
Or he could have faked his own death.
The thing is, the thing that he went to prison for is already like, I put my question marks there, you know? I mean, tax evasion and everything, yeah, right. They always try to pin something on the people that they are after, right?
Yeah, and tax evasion isn't like a life in prison thing. And secondly, it is not it's not as uncommon like as the whole Epstein thing. That guy abused like hundreds of children, right? There's a different story that they're fucking over the U.S. tax system that uses money to wage wars anyway.
But once he snaps didn't pay his taxes, he only got 2 years.
But John had access to a lot of names on people.
Yeah, we know that, but I mean, like, this the reason to kill yourself. I mean, he wasn't facing life in prison. He was facing like a thing for tax evasion, right? And it doesn't make him look that bad as the Epstein thing.
No, I'm not saying it makes him look bad. What I'm saying is that the people that he was involved with both with drugs and also with because he had McAfee software. He said back in an interview before, he said that he had packaged malware into computer systems and given them to certain officials, and he had dirt on everybody. He said that before, years ago, before he even said a few years ago, just now, saying that he had dirt on people. He was
where is it?
Exactly, and that's why I said.
Where the fuck is it? Like, I think he faked his death. And Steve had an interview with him last year, and it was him like trying to sell a story. He had himself in a Faraday cage in Eastern Europe, but then he decides to go to Spain, which is a known extradition partner with the United States. Why would you go there if the government's after you?
I think with Steve,
if you were safe in Eastern Europe.
I think with
John
Steve
wasn't exactly on sober, sound mind thinking.
So then, why do we believe anything he says? Why do we believe that he?
I actually did think he faked his death and he's out partying with like Tupac and Biggie and all that.
I hope he faked his death.
Yeah, but to be honest with you, he really was in Eastern Europe. We know that, but I believe he had to go to Barcelona for some sort of, I think it was a coin related to something with crypto, and I think that was the only reason.
You have to physically be there for crypto? That's a fucking bullshit story. Like, here's the thing that I see with the whole thing. There's a lot of hopium, like there's 31 terabytes of data, right? If you died, wouldn't you have a kill switch? Second, the guy tattooed himself, whacked, right? 2 years ago, right? He was already building a story that he was going to get whacked. And then he got whacked, and we don't know if he's really dead. But I don't think he's stupid. I don't think he's naive.
But the same we can ask about Commander X. Why did he go to Mexico? Because Mexico and the officials there are corrupted as hell.
Yeah, that's a really good question, to be honest. I don't know. Maybe X just felt that he couldn't get across the seas. That's all I got.
It's
Mexico.
Also cold. It's also I was gonna say I think there were several reasons, and
well, Mexico is just a better alternative towards Canada. I mean.
X did try to apply for asylum in Canada, but he wasn't gonna get it. And X didn't have any real permanent housing, so in Canada it was really cold.
I was talking with Divine about this. There are South American countries that don't extradite. For example, Cuba. So why don't go to Cuba or to some other country instead of Mexico, which is basically next door to America?
How would X get to Cuba?
Yeah, I was gonna say he didn't have a passport. Yeah.
He wouldn't get to Cuba because he can't fly with a passport, or can't go across seas with a passport. So the only way to get to Cuba would be illegally getting to Cuba, and then that would be a whole nother thing. I mean, could it be done? Yeah.
Well, logically, he would apply for asylum in Mexico, get a Mexico citizenship, and then go to Cuba, right, or to another place.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe that was his plan. That's possible. But if that was his plan, then why not just stay quiet for a few years instead of release this documentary film? I really feel
because it's Commander X. Because it's Commander X. It's impossible for him to stay quiet.
Well, I feel the documentary film literally. Yeah. I feel that documentary film. I feel that if he didn't do that documentary film and then say that he was the face of Anonymous, right? Like our friends.
There is no face. There is no fucking face. That doesn't make sense. There's a face of Anonymous. It's called Anonymous.
But it makes you think about all these Facebook announcements with half their faces on a picture with an anonymous mask. It doesn't make sense to me at all. They use it as a logo, but they don't understand what the actual dictionary meaning is.
It's not a logo. They're using it as a fucking fashion statement.
Yeah, but they haven't ever checked the dictionary meaning of the word anonymous.
Oh,
and also
stupid.
Yeah, they do know it. They just don't
99%. 99. Let me just say this real quick. 99% of the new fags that are around nowadays are fucking dumb.
Yeah, we should stick with the Batman mask. Batman Mask.
99% of them. 99% of them have no idea how to be anonymous online. They say that they do, and they don't. They don't know what a VPS is. They don't know what a VPN is. Some of them might know what a VPN is. They don't know what a VPS is. They don't know how to actually set up a bounce. I'll just put it that way. Or how to set up Tor and how to run attacks through Tor. I mean, no, they're fucking stupid. They shouldn't be involved in this.
So that's the qualifier for stupid if you don't know how to use a VPN?
No, the qualifier for being stupid is if you brag about anything you do online and you say that, oh, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm doing this, and it's illegal, and you're bragging about it, and you're not actually hiding your actions, and you think that you are, and you haven't fully researched and looked into proper techniques to hide yourself online, that's my definition of stupid.
Well,
we've had 2 arrests in the last 2 years over this. We had Seoul, and then we had Akron, Phoenix, and they were posting. And I said for years, if you're going to do something wrong, don't tell anybody. Don't
forget Excel.
Don't post it anywhere.
Don't forget Excel also was arrested.
Yeah, Zej too.
Right, with Phoenix, what the fuck did he do? Posted hacks on his Twitter account that was connected to his or his cell phone. What the fuck?
It wasn't a hack either. It was a continual DDoS. It was a continual DDoS to a police department for 20 days.
Yeah,
and,
you're right.
Literally, it was kind of hilarious that it took the police department 6 months to find them.
Phoenix ran with the wrong people. I mean, they had no OPSEC at all. They were doing things on Facebook, in Facebook group chats, and attacking serious yeah. So
when I was still with JCSEC, we had one golden rule: we do shit and we shut up about it.
Yeah.
Because when you brag about it, you're actually giving the fats a smoking gun, right?
No fucking shit. But that's not even the worst part of it. The worst part of it is running attacks on your home computer, not using a bounce, not using a fucking, if you're gonna run attacks, you run the attacks from the VPS server, not from your fucking PC, dude.
VPS server.
See what I did a lot.
we would always credit it to Anonymous, or we would credit it to a crew we really hated. So yeah.
The crew that I just say it was Yak. Yak commanded everything.
Actually, what I did was
what you did? No. That's not what I'm.
Which you allegedly did, Ted.
Hold on here, buddy. Shut up. Stop. Okay, because I'm way past fucking any type of action happening to me. 10 years, you can't do shit to me. Fucking dude, here's the thing, and I've never bragged about anything I've ever done either, besides the ISIS shit. So whatever, I don't really give a shit. But yeah, so I mean, the thing is, running these attacks, right? The issue that I have is that with Phoenix was that he was running DDoS attacks, continuous DDoS attacks, from his home PC, not a botnet, not using Tor as a botnet. No, his home fucking PC. And that's what I'm saying is that the people who were around him were fucking morons. Because they should have educated him on actually how to run an attack. If you're gonna run an attack, I mean, fuck.
What I wanted to say is, if I did something, and I don't confirm or deny it, never for my home computer.
Of course.
It's not about who does it, right? You're leaking information or whatever that's valuable to the public. So that's what you're doing. So yeah, who the hell takes credit for that stuff?
Exactly.
What's really weird is the documentary was still out in theaters and a lot of these private ones about X, and then he got arrested. And the thing that I think what happened is because he has an old CFAA case that's almost a decade. I think what AK was saying is some hothead at the DOJ pulled some strings to reel him in because they thought they got the big fish, but What I think is the weird part is, from what I've gathered about how the arrest went down, is that somehow or another they reneged his asylum status, and that's still debate. That's still between the officials and his lawyers to figure out. But why was the DEA involved? That's the part that I'm not understanding.
Because he skipped his bail. He was wanted because he skipped bail.
Yeah, but the DEA is
Did they use the DEA? DEA.
That's the organized drug
as
crime.
long as he lost his asylum status, they can just walk in and catch him or like take him off the street. Because
See, the thing is, I think what happened
that's pretty much the deal they have with Mexico.
I think it's true that the USA actually has a specific deal with Mexico for drug-related crimes, and this was the way to get in.
But how does that tie into Commander X with the DEA? Like, they didn't use U.S. Marshals, they didn't use the FBI, they used DEA.
Yeah, which doesn't make any sense, and that should be brought up by the lawyers because that's suspicious as fuck. They shouldn't be using DEA agents in Mexico to arrest somebody for a non-drug related crime.
And how did the Mexican embassy violate his asylum status when he didn't break any of the rules?
Yeah, well, and remember that witnesses said that a U.S. embassy official was involved in that too.
Yes, but you see,
alongside the DA.
He literally didn't break any laws with the only law he broke in the U.S. was absconding a bench warrant. Right?
But looking at like the DA, I think for border things, is the only way America can do it, and I think they can like literally incarcerate you over suspicion of drug crimes. So they just make up these false accusations that he is suspected of being a drug criminal.
He doesn't use drugs.
No, but they just claim it, and then they bring him in, and then when he's in America, they can throw up any charge they want. He's on their soil.
That's the greatest tool, right? Making up accusations.
Yeah, that's easy to do.
This was to circumvent the Mexican protections that has maybe an exception for drug-related crime because of the drug mafia and the whole international trafficking into the U.S.
I mean, they did it with Assange as well, right? I mean, they made up all kinds of accusations, even, I think, abuse or something.
Yeah, rape and everything.
Yeah, but the thing is, with X's case in, Mexico, it just reeks of something on paperwork not being legit. Like, when you ask, like, there's been a lot of cases that I've followed over the years where they'll ask in court, did they have a search warrant? 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 And they'll fight it, and they'll fight it, and they'll fight it. Only, they'll fight it for maybe 6 months or a year, only to find out that there was no search warrant and that everything that followed afterward was completely illegal. And I'm wondering, if that is the case, with what's going on with X, because I know damn well X did not violate any rules of his asylum.
No, you know what you're dealing with. You're dealing with the USA. Like, if they will violate the cross-border thing and say like you're suspected of being drug criminal. If you're not, they're invading a country of suspecting them to have weapons of mass destruction that they knew didn't have them, right?
That's the thing, man. That's the other precedent that's being set here. If he's allowed to stay in that prison, right, then that means that they can go use the DEA to go after anybody they want and say that, oh, this person may have had drugs or not, and they just create accusations. And
if they don't find drugs, they will plant it on you.
Well, they throw you up higher in the list. They did it with Assange too. Like, they throw him up higher in the list by creating these rape investigations in Sweden and everything, giving it somewhat priority.
Right, and there was also, just this week, there was a certain location, I'm not going to say where, but there was a certain location that was raided, and the laptop was seized. And it was connected to anonymous support networks. So, I mean, what the fuck is going on here? Like, they're trying to stop us from supporting X? I mean, that's what it seems like to me. Like, we had the GoFundMe shut down, now we had a laptop raid. Like, what the fuck's going on? Like,
and by the way,
they made it hard to support him.
all anybody has ever done in Anonymous is expose corruption. Like, Anonymous has never been used to harm individuals at any type of level, in the name of Anonymous, at least. I mean, in the name of the collective, I mean, it's been used to bring attention to various different plights over the years, whether it's police brutality or a medical case like Marty G did, with Justine Pelletier. I mean, it's just insane to me that this is the response that we are getting for activists who were bringing attention to things in a digital way.
But can't you see the hypocrisy about?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Drug trials is because the government, the U.S. government, is the biggest drug pusher of them all.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they have to be.
I mean, the freaking CIA does do drugs trafficking.
Oh, I love the headline years ago. CIA drone crashes in Mexico with cocaine. I remember that one.
Yeah, they were using a humanitarian plane. Remember that? And it was 2 tons. 2 tons were scattered all over. I think it was some part of Mexico.
Yeah, it was a drone. It was a drone, and it was like drone crashes with cocaine connected to CIA. And then before that, Mitch McConnell using his fucking yacht filled of cocaine. It's such a joke, man. This drug war is such a joke because the people in power are the ones that have been pushing drugs all the way back to the 1980s with Iran-Contra. When they set up the whole BCCI affair bank and everything. They were using BCCI and they were using that as a conduit bank to smuggle drug money in to that bank and basically off the books from intelligence, and using that to buy weapons and then in a cycle selling those weapons to the Contras and then taking the money that they got from that and buying drugs again, and in some cases some of the higher intelligence officials were involved in human trafficking. So I mean, like, this shit, man, it goes all the way back to at least the 1980s. I mean, before that, really, to be honest, it goes back before World War II. I mean, where's Steve?
World War II. In World War One already, they were in World War One already. Cocaine was still legal in World War One, right? And there was several countries providing cocaine to soldiers on all sides.
There was an OSI that was working with the mafia and Louis Rosenstiel in the 1930s, before World War II. Steve, hello.
Funny, they banned liquor in the I think it was the 30s, the 20s or the 30s. They banned liquor, but drugs was legal.
20s and 30s, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if Steve's there or not, so he can't chime in and give me.
No, he's in the battlefield protesting the area.
I'm around. I just was not paying attention. I'm sorry.
I was talking about Louis Rosenstiel and the mafia connections back in the 1930s.
So, let me pull up that because this.
Whitney Webb did a really good article on it in regards to that. But yeah, the mafia connections. I mean, like, I knew about them before Whitney Webb did that article, but I knew that the CIA, or not CIA, the OSI had worked with the mafia back years ago, and they tried to work with the mafia multiple times throughout history. The intelligence agencies have.
The attempt to overthrow the Cuban leader too. It was the Cuban mafia.
Yep. Well, they also involved mafia families in New York to try to go to Cuba around that time period.
Yeah, and there's something to say for that because they have the distribution networks in the area. So.
Right. Well, they knew that.
Yeah. So instead of setting your own distribution networks up, you make use of mafia distribution networks. But it's not just mafia; it is also these organizations. This sounds very bad, but it's organizations like Greenpeace, etc., being used in certain countries too. That is why Putin banned all these groups like Greenpeace from his country at some point, when like it was getting really heated up between the U.S. and Russia at some point.
Right, yeah, because they're front organizations. They're used as they use the front organizations to fund people on the ground.
Yeah, and they have
that's money laundering. By
yeah,
the
they
way,
have
that's money
that too is money laundering, but it's also infrastructure, right? They have the places to live for people. They have the transportation in the area. They have everything set up. So you can.
Yeah, you see how hypocritical it is, right? For example, they were trying to fight Pablo Escobar all the time, right? And the CIA is themselves the biggest drug pusher of the world. So yeah, that's hypocritical. That's really hypocritical.
Yeah,
Right?
it's just reality we have to deal with now. It's true. It's hypocritical.
You don't have a police to police that big police. They're the strong arm on this planet.
Yeah, and they can only do it because of we're consenting. The masses are consenting to it. Like I said before already, if you really want to change the whole system, you have in America, you have 350 million Americans. You could, technically, you could overthrow the government in a day if you really wanted it. But it is the consent that makes them still be in power. So yeah.
Well, they always say ignorance is a bliss, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think some people don't even want to know what the government is all up to. You know, they just don't want to know, which is actually a pity because they are supposed to represent us, right?
We'll have to agree with him on this one.
Yeah. They're supposed to represent us, yeah.
Supposed, but yeah, they don't.
No. Yeah.
Most people just follow. They don't even lead themselves. They wait for somebody to tell them what to do. That's the problem.
Yep. And that's the problem and the struggle that we have. You know, we are telling them the truth, and they don't believe it. And we are the internet crazies, right?
Oh yeah, I've been called everything. Called intelligence agent before. I mean, I used to troll with a fake CIA.
If people actually saw what I put in the chat earlier, what Facebook is rolling out right now, do you know anybody who is an extremist?
I've seen that, yeah. It was fucked up.
Get off of Facebook for the last fucking time, dude. How many times have we preached this for years, man?
I'm trying to explain something to normal people. And you should get this too. I'm there to monitor activity like this. So I gave you something to look at. Look at what they're doing now. Now they're going after people they think are extremists.
Yeah, those stupid warnings. I've seen them even before about fake news. So it used to be fake news. Now they're saying extremists. It's to scare people from things.
Yep.
I get what you're doing, Thor, right? I understand what you're doing. But at the same time, you and everybody else who's on there is in danger.
I'm not in fucking danger.
You're not in danger if you're not in danger if you're not posting any crazy shit. If you're just on there like fucking posting pictures of your dog or whatever, what are they gonna? What info do they have on you?
Okay, I'm there. Listen up. I'm there posting Come and get me, motherfuckers. I don't believe anything you say. You're full of bullshit.
You're not in the
And
United
take my
States.
post down. I don't fucking give a shit. How am I in danger? Naive people are in danger. People who live their normal fucking lives on Facebook are in danger. I'm there for activism. I'm there to fucking monitor activity. Like, don't tell me to get off fucking Facebook.
And especially if you're not using your real profile, like they'll say, "Oh, your IP." Okay, so like anyone can go on my fucking Wi-Fi. I mean, the whole thing about it is like if they're spying on you, they can do it anyway without Facebook.
That's the he gets it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Would
guess
not
that's
would
the
not
thing, like
would not advise people who aren't on there yet to go there, though. I mean,
yeah, no, of course, and then
delete your Facebook.
actually,
we're telling everybody to join a big campaign called Take Over Facebook. We're going to just take over, make it public property, and make it free speech and First Amendment, and we're just gonna own it. And if we have to put Zuckerberg in jail to do it, we will.
You're gonna have to go to Menlo Park. Yeah, you're gonna have to go to Menlo Park first.
The thing is, well, as soon as you put Zuckerberg in jail, there's going to be a new boss, or they'll just rename it and re-release it. WikiWeb said it was called LifeBlock.
They've just
Isn't anything actually public property anymore? Doesn't that actually work? And then
Yeah, but you'd have to the rules of stocks and corporate law. You would have to have a majority share to be at the round table of the Facebook.
It doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't matter anyway because there are companies that like
now it belongs to the people, and fuck those money people. We'll just kick them out. They don't work for Facebook anymore. Goodbye.
Well, the thing is, like these corporations, right? Like you have these boards, but a lot of times there are board meetings where they're like, we don't want to pay the CEO this much money, and it still fucking passes. It's just like Congress. There is no democracy even in business, and I think that these companies are all fronts for intelligence. I mean,
well, we pretty much know that double stamped secret stuff is something you will never hear about. The military, CIA, and FBI, and everything might be working closely with all these social media things without us actually knowing it, and we can't even file some FOIA requests to find that out because it's double and triple stamp secret.
But if you make Facebook public property, it will be on government control. Well, we don't get anything.
I said public property.
Yeah, and who's going to control it? The government. Well,
I said public.
Yeah. And who supposedly represents the public? The government.
Well, that's supposedly, and that's a long discussion. I said people. I mean people, not government.
Oh well, I don't know. I don't know how you can get around the whole corporate law where you can just become a majority shareholder.
We will blockchain our way somehow.
Okay, well, technically,
we will pull something out our asses.
Yeah, technically you could, I guess, set up a foundation and unite people in that foundation, have enough investment, and have the foundation take over the majority share and make representing the public in decisions.
Or you could just ransomware Facebook.
Yeah, you could ransomware too. Yeah. We could apply for a job in Ireland, I guess, and just ransomware it.
Yeah, exactly.
And delete Facebook. That's a better way.
Facebook is a ransomware, if you ask me.
I'm a little on the older side, so I don't think they will just bring me into Facebook, but I could apply for a job there in Ireland, I guess. But maybe we can find a younger one who has some tech skills, or we can educate him into tech skills and can just join Facebook, I guess. Just apply.
You're like Stuxnet. All we need is a man inside with a USB thumb drive.
Yeah.
I can get you tons of Facebook insiders. I can get you tons of Facebook insiders, but what you want them to do, something illegal, it's not easy working that way. What do you suppose we tell them. Because
I know
I literally
Just put this
know
USB
100
drive in your
Indians who
computer.
work for Facebook.
I
can
know.
drum up probably 500 people right now.
Okay, well, someone might actually like accidentally drop USB sticks at their offices. I don't know.
Or you can just work as a janitor. You work as a janitor there.
The problem is you're asking them to step over a line, and many of them are not, willing to step over that line.
Well, yeah, because that would include jail time. If caught, you understand? So I mean, we've already had Facebook
I guess you see the
whistleblowers on
problem.
the show before. We had oh man, what was her name? Mark.
I know about that lady from Facebook on. I forgot her name for a
I can't
second.
remember her name off the top of my head, and I'm sorry if she's listening, but I can't remember her name. She was listening to our episode, so I can't remember her name off the top of my head.
Christine Phillips.
Thank you, Christine Phillips. We've already had Christine Phillips on before, and she's talked about all the inner workings of Facebook and how bad it is. So I mean, and she also worked with Amazon too. So she talked about both of them. We should have her back on and see what's
Well,
going
she
on.
said one really interesting thing, and she talked about this building they had. What is it called? A Building 8 or something on the Facebook campus thing, where they did
Yeah,
like
Facebook campus. Yeah.
where they did like, all this secret research and stuff. She said.
Yeah.
Isn't that where they had the AI thing that tried to kill the scientists? Remember we got into the temperature controls?
What
Yeah.
the fuck?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah. So like the Facebook had like this experiment where they had two AI machines and they were trying to teach it how to talk, but then they invented their own language.
Yeah.
And one of them stopped listening to instructions and got into the temperature controls and shut off the air vent into where the people were.
Wait. So how could that kill them? Like if I'm in a room and the AC doesn't work and it gets really fucking hot, I just leave the room.
I said tried.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not
It didn't say it was
that's-
successful.
I don't even think it even knew what the hell it was doing. It was probably just fiddling with code and trying to figure out what the hell it was.
The computers knew exactly what they were doing, and so much so that they thought that the English language and the way we teach things was inefficient.
Yeah. Yep. They started speaking in their own language. I remember that.
Yep, and they shut the whole thing down.
Another language part, but the
Well,
so
here's what it doesn't make sense too, is that like when you develop these things, usually you put them in sandboxes. You don't put them
This one
on your
wasn't.
fucking air conditioning network. That
this
sounds
one-
like a bullshit story. No, I'm just saying that like in the movies, you see like they could just go on a laptop and hack all the traffic lights. Like you actually need access to like the network that has the traffic lights.
What I'm saying is that
behind a
it probably wasn't sandbox. If it could get access to the environmental controls, it means it was on a network.
Why would you not
It's fa-
sandbox something that becomes self-aware?
It's
Like
Facebook.
that-
They've had 20 data breaches in the last 2 years.
I think you watch too many fucking sci-fi movies. Because that's naive.
Yeah,
like
a machine will never be self-aware. Seriously.
No,
Come
yeah.
on. We're
I
talking
think they're
about
trying to
machines.
sell the idea that they have it. See, the government is obsessed with AI, right? They're competing with China, and they're like, we have it, and we have it, but like you never actually see like something that like they had a Microsoft bot on fucking Twitter or something, and all it did was take everyone's data and then start saying crazy shit, and it started saying Hitler stuff.
But
The
you don't
AI
believe what you're saying is you don't believe what I had said and I watched too much
Yeah,
sci-fi
because
movies. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
I think you're being gullible right now because why would you, if you're coding something that's AI that becomes
Why are you
self-aware,
arguing with
why
me? Why are you arguing with me?
I'm tired of this shit. It's fucking disinfo, and you're believing fucking Facebook disinfo. What the fuck's the point?
This is the AI.
What's the point of
This is the
rooting in
algorithm
fairy
now fucking with your brain.
AI experiments. MIT has done several AI experiments as well, and they created a bot. And the bot was literally, they called it a psychotic
Rob,
bot.
here's a better question, Rob. Why are you on the show?
Come on,
I'm on the
people.
show because
let's
I
be
want to
friends
find
now.
out the truth, and I'm working. We talk about topics, right? But when I'm asking you these questions, you're acting like these questions don't make sense, and it does make sense because if you're developing something,
No. Why are you
Okay,
attacking me? There you
Okay,
go.
everybody, let's just calm down. Let's talk about what is an AI. You know, some people think it's some kind of sci-fi stuff. That is correct. Other people know we're just talking about an algorithm. You can program a program to do pretty much what you want, and we're talking about very, high-level programming here, and programs that can do a lot of fucking shit. And we're not scared of them.
The past couple of years, machine learning has advanced to the point where there is the ability to have an actual artificial intelligence from machine learning. Now you have to still train the AI,
and that's what the flaw is, you know.
In a sense of a computer algorithm. So yeah, you're correct that it used to be more sci-fi type, but within the past 2 or 3 years, we've advanced with AI, and there's been advancements in machine learning tech, and the advancements in machine learning tech have been so evolutionary for artificial intelligence that now they have to kind of control it more in a sandboxed environment because it can have a mind of its own. And there's been several instances of where the AI has gone out of control. There was an instance of a robot in Russia. They created a robot, and the robot actually escaped the factory and was out on the street.
Number 5 lies.
Well, I'm going to have to blame the programmers on this one. You know, whatever you're telling that machine, you didn't tell him the right thing. You know.
Well, it's to a point, but they're playing around with machine learning and advanced techniques now, where they're actually giving these bots a brain. Like, for instance, Sophia. You ever seen Sophia? The bot by the creators of
I know.
Singularity Net, the cryptocurrency. Those guys, right? They have achieved insane achievements in artificial intelligence. Now, artificial intelligence, it can be used for good or bad. You know, it's not one one fits all type of deal. I mean, artificial intelligence.
The thing is, you know, we created AI, and we are actually the flaw part of this AI, right? We programmed it.
We're talking about AI like it's not just computer programming. Everything in computer land is pretty much AI, artificial intelligence in some way or another. Some of it is very primitive, and some of the stuff we get now is more, advanced, high-level shit.
But still, it is created by
thing.
humans. It is created by humans, and humans are the flaw.
Right. No. Yeah. Right. But as Tyler, I know what Tyler was talking about, and I remember that story specifically. Facebook created a AI chat bot, and the bot started chatting with other bots, and it started creating its own language, and they couldn't read it, and they shut it down because they thought it was dangerous. And that is the danger here with artificial intelligence, is that
that sounds like an angle. That's how, if I was reporting something, it bleeds. I'm going to tell everybody that might be dangerous. But it was probably just a fail, and as like, okay, it's talking gibberish, let's just shut it down.
I read that too, that they considered it a fail because they didn't understand the language these bots were talking. So.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but the thing is, it started talking to other bots, and when it did that, you don't know what it's saying, right? We have no idea. But when it starts talking, when artificial intelligence starts talking to artificial intelligence, it's time to shut the project down because, Terminator was a movie. Let's not make it a reality. Like these scientists.
But now you're just stepping into the realm of fantasy again. This is where the human behind the actual program It's the sinister part here. The program itself is just a fucking program. It will never gain sentience. It will never be alive.
Yeah. Yeah, so there was something to say for that language, and people didn't really understand it. But I'm reading about it. But they're just saying that these bots were just modifying the English language to use code words to make conversation easier for each other. So we couldn't understand it because they just changed like sentences into code words, and that only they understood. So.
And that's pretty much what they told them to do too. So they kind of shit on their own legs there. You know, and now they don't understand what the bot is saying. Well, congratulations.
Oh, human paranoia. Always when we hear a different language, they think they are talking about us, right? I mean, it happens in real life too. If we, for example, we have a lot of Moroccans in the Netherlands. If they talking in their language in my presence, I always like. Have this kind of paranoia, like, hey, are they talking about me? You know?
Well, yeah, but that's different, though. I mean, this is artificial intelligence talking to artificial intelligence. So, I mean, essentially,
but the humans who couldn't read it shut it down because they couldn't read it. They're getting paranoid. Shut it down because they're getting paranoid, right?
I'm not surprised.
Well, actually, this was more a question of this thing being useless, and that's why they shut it down. So, Lubbers, you can read the rest of it too.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, just real quick. Like, I'm not surprised with if you create an intelligence that is not human, that it will also have its own language, right? I mean, every animal on the planet has its own way of talking with each other that we don't understand.
So, true, but it's not artificial intelligence where it can think for itself and yeah.
Now we can use if you remove the word artificial and just say intelligence, yeah, it communicates.
Well, what is language? Language is something that we consent in, communicating with each other. We use words, and those words are in general consent for the use of certain things, right?
Right. And yes, artificial intelligence is a form of an algorithm in some sense, and then in other senses, it's where scientists are trying to achieve sentience, but it hasn't happened yet. Fully.
Well, there's a very good reason for this. They're using the wrong technology. We have a technology called biology, and when we can, replicate biology to 100%, then we can make sentient. Right now, the only way you can do that is by, injecting your thingy into some woman and making a baby, and that way you make sentience. But right now, we're just copying a biology sentience. We're not actually replicating it in any way.
The Facebook AI researcher, by the way, says the articles are lying. The Facebook AI researcher says they did refine the system to prevent the bots from speaking in normal English language, but the experiment was completed. They said. So, just saying. Because there's like a lot of media saying it like failed, and he said like they dramatized it.
Sophia, right? The Sophia bot that now holds citizenship in Saudi Arabia. Sophia, that bot is far advanced. You can ask it questions; it can answer you. You can talk to it, and it will answer you and have full conversations with you. Right? That is close. That is very dangerously close to sentience. It's not there yet, fully, but it's close.
Well, the same could be said for many politicians.
Okay, so the head AI researcher was called Dhruv Batra from Facebook Artificial Intelligence Research Group, and he wrote something very simple about that language thing. He said, while the idea of AI agents inventing their own language may sound alarming or unexpected to people outside of the field, it is a well-established subfield of AI, with publications dating back decades. Simply put, agents in environments attempting to solve a task will often find unintuitive ways to maximize reward. Analyzing the reward function and changing the parameters of an experiment is not the same as unplugging or shutting down AI. If that were the case, every AI researcher has been shutting down AI every time they kill a job on a machine.
By the way, what you said about bio things. I was reading about biochips that they was actually experimenting with that.
Yep. They're experimenting with creating a human brain in the form of a artificial intelligence. Yes.
Yeah, this is more dangerous right here. If we're actually just hooking up a human brain, we might get there one day, and you get some kind of super AI god thing, and we don't want that. No.
Lawnmower Man.
Well, there's experiments where they're taking part of a human brain, right, and then they are replicating that part of the human brain, allowing it to grow with steroids in a test tube, and then taking that and trying to combine that with artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I was reading about that. Some protein microarrays. They were actually experimenting with that. Well, I see the danger in that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've been creating synthetic organs in labs for the past several years, and nobody has batted an eye to it or said anything about it.
Well, then it's high time we do some freedom of information requests here and get all that information out and start telling people.
It doesn't have to be FOIA. It's public. It's public science.
Yep.
A lot of it is not public for a good reason. Don't you think the military is interested in this stuff?
Oh, the military. Oh, the DARPA stuff. Yeah. Okay. The DARPA stuff. Yeah, where they're messing with connecting the AI to the human brain. Yes. Okay. I see what you're saying with that. Yeah, but even though
according to the people,
and they're going to say that is national security intelligence, and that's what they're going to send back a blank page.
According to the people who claim to know this stuff, we're supposed to get everything 15-20 years after the fact. So they might have technology now. Yeah, that goes way beyond what we think.
Yeah, military and intelligence are 50 years ahead of us in technology. Yes.
That Skunkwords guy actually said about 30 years, but I'm thinking to be
it's between 30 and 50. It's between 30 and 50.
Well, it depends on what we're talking about. In some context, it might be 100 years. In some context, it might be 10, 15,
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, people call it nowadays, they call it now science fiction, But the fiction part is just a matter of time till we have the technology, right?
Right. Well, if you look at CES, like some of the stuff that comes out of CES, some of that is technology that's allowed to come out from the military. Like for instance, I heard that years ago that the military had hologram technology for doing radar and for doing reconnaissance on locations like GPS and stuff like that. And now we're starting to see come out of CES. We're starting to see these holographic television sets and stuff like that. I mean, they've got different things that are coming out now.
Yeah, as an example, what I was saying, in the 50s, they said like, oh, putting a man on the moon, that's science fiction, you know? But in the 60s, they did it. They actually did it. So it's just a matter of time till we have the technology that we can achieve it. Who says that maybe in 100 or 200 years, Star Trek isn't reality, you know? Just to name a stupid example.
People need to know this fact. A lot, I mean, a big deal of this sci-fi stuff is directly sponsored by the military. And I can list on and on and on and on, but you know these movies. It's like Stargate and like all these military type movies, and also stuff that doesn't really feature the military at all. But if you see all the millions that went to Hollywood to make movies and you know, TV shows about sci-fi, you start scratching your head. Why does the military want us to, you know, watch so much sci-fi?
Yeah, so it's specifically Iron Man. Behind, I mean,
Captain America.
What?
Captain America.
Yeah, that one is famous already. It was already during World War II, was beating up Nazis and stuff in the comics. Then you have Top Gun, Transformers, Star Trek 4, like you guys said. I'm looking at the list of sponsored movies by the military. Yeah, Batman and Robin.
Who knows? Maybe it is. Those movies are there to prepare us for stuff that is coming, so we don't. We are not scared of it, you know, because I saw that in a movie once, you know.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
aliens.
exactly.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, just wait for the aliens, people.
1998.
Yeah, those aliens will come pretty soon, and of course, only the U.S. government is in direct control with these, or in communication with these aliens, and they will
stop them.
You know. Yeah, exactly.
Just wait stop them always, like especially in Stargate, right? I mean, you only get 3 people to stop the entire galaxy of aliens. I've seen that.
No, but you know, that's what I think. You know, they putting out the sci-fi movies to just prepare us for stuff, because you know, when something is new, for example, let's say aliens do exist and they come to Earth. You know what the masses will do, right? They will panic.
Of course they're gonna fucking panic.
So they put out this sci-fi movies to just slowly, you know, prepare us for the idea that there might be aliens, you know?
Well, okay, so the whole movie Captain America Winter Soldier is very interesting, and it was sponsored by the military. And that whole entire movie talks about basically the Nazi scientists coming over to America, and then they took over
Infiltrating.
Infiltrated America, Hydra. Yeah, like, it was so fucking interesting, and then to see that sponsored by the military was weird.
That's what I'm saying.
Because at the same time they're pushing that narrative that that everybody's right about the U.S. having a deep state, and that deep state is Hydra, and this is a movie that they're creating. So I don't know what they're doing. I don't know if they're trying to blur. In my opinion, I think they're trying to blur reality with movies.
Yeah, I mean, and they were definitely singling out the Nazis in that, because the whole thing with Hydra was Hail Hydra, like Hail Hitler.
Well,
if you can associate this stuff with fantasy and comics and stuff like that, of course they can always refer back to that. Oh, you just saw that in the movie, because they put it in the movie.
Exactly. So
they actually used real facts. They actually used paperclip in the movie. They discuss basically saying that all the politicians are owned by Hydra and this and that, and then they well, I'm not saying that that's a real fact, but all the politicians are owned by think tanks and other organizations. That's a true fact. But in this, I mean, they discussed a lot, from the Nazis coming over to paperclip, building various different experiments. MK Ultra they even mentioned, which I was like, wow, that's weird. They mentioned MK Ultra in a film sponsored by the military. What's going on here? You know, like just some interesting things that were dropped in that film. There's way more. I just don't remember.
As I said before, NASA, a lot of research from NASA was based on research from the Nazis.
Yeah, that's true. The other big thing about that film too, the Captain America Winter Soldier, is that at the end of the film, all the politicians and everybody who was involved in Hydra were mass arrested by the military. If you remember that.
Yeah, good point.
And at that time period too, it's very interesting is that that was when everybody was talking about mass arrest and everything happening, and there was a lot of like talk about mass arrest of public officials, and there was some arrests that were very suspicious. I mean, there were several politicians and bankers that were arrested across the world around that time period. But besides that, I mean, there's nothing that happened here. That was also around, I think it was in 2015 going into 2016, I think. So that kind of set believe it or not, that kind of set the stage for Q, because Q started coming in and saying the same thing about mass arrests were going to happen.
Good point.
Yeah, it's like those movies are there to kind of numb us, you know.
Or seed a narrative. That's another way I kind of look at it. And now that I think about it, it's like movie, military, funded, talking about mass arrest, puts in a little bit of truth here and there. Q did the same shit. Q ran by Ezra Cohen Watnick at first, passed off to all these other guys, passed off to fucking Joe Schmo in his fucking basement, and then somehow got its way into the guys at 8chan. Who fuck is that, Tyler?
What?
Who's the guy? Jim Watkins.
Jim.
Oh, homeboy.
I heard Jim's back stateside too.
How? He ran a fucking psyop operation that literally almost caused like a revolution in the U.S. Like, I don't understand how he is any like. He's got to be an intelligence asset, dude. Like, he has to be.
Well, because here's the loophole about it is that, you know, all of the insurrection investigations have been blocked by I think it was the Senate, or was it Congress? I have no idea. When we could have. Yeah,
the FBI orchestrated it. Like,
yeah. Here's the second part of that puzzle is, are they legally breaking the law holding a, but what is it? Holding a like a 4chan like site, you know, 8chan offshore. But there's only one U.S. company that's tied to, which is Vanwatech, which is owned by Nick Lim. I'm not sure legally what the ramifications are, or what they could charge them with. But it's been done before, you know, with the darknet stores, where the owner, well, you know, especially with like the Silk Road, where they gave him a life sentence. So I don't know.
Ross Ulbricht.
Yeah. So I don't know. That's for the lawmakers to decide. I'm pretty sure there's something on the books that he knew that he was doing. There's got to be something that's illegal, and I remember I was following Jim for a while for the last 4 months before his Twitter account was going down, and there was a lot of that creepy stuff. Especially on that Tiger stream or whatever the fuck they were doing, where he was doing aerobics with young Asian women. I don't know. It's been rumored more than once that guy was tied up to some weird pedophilia. So.
There's an HBO doc out about like who's the real Q, and one of the people that they point to is Jim and his son Ron, but like they do it in the most disingenuous way possible, where it's like they manage to fall into all of those kind of harmful pitfalls of going at Q, where like you don't actually get at the psyop, you just fall on the other side of the psyop coin.
Yeah, exactly. That's also the upside up. But it was never a big.
It's a LARP. I don't understand why anybody didn't know that it was a LARP. Like, how could you not have known that it was a LARP the whole time?
Yeah, but it was never a big mystery that Watkins was a complete dirtbag. I mean, the guy stole 2chan from that Japanese dude. He openly did it.
Well, you heard what he did to Hot Wheels, right? When he took a picture, when he brought Hot Wheels drunk into like this strip club where there was a bunch of prostitutes, took a whole bunch of pictures of him, and then used it as leverage.
Yeah.
Like, Jim is not a great guy.
No.
Absolutely not.
No, but he never pretended to be a great guy either, by the way.
That's true, and he also, I just want to add, I mean, he had a fucking Q pin that was on his shirt, like, if you remember, like, he would walk around with it, too, like, he flaunted it, you know, like, he didn't deny it. He denied it, but he didn't deny it.
So,
You know?
who are we canceling now? I have
already-
no idea what you're on about.
No, we're talking about that owner of 8chan.
We're talking about Jim Watkins, the guy who ran Q on 8chan with his son.
I saw them running some videos on Facebook, and I was supposed to get interested, but like it said Q and some stuff, and I'm like, yawn. Come on, I'm not that easy to fool. Let's get
I
on
also
to
believe in
important stuff.
No, I was gonna say, yeah, people that kind of believe in Q, it's like, if you talk about the Easter Bunny, you should ask, well, do you believe in the Easter Bunny too? You know?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
they were never like going to have like a huge influence because they were like far too much focused on U.S. politics, saying like Trump and whatever is the big solution. Yeah, well, there's an entire world outside of the USA. I'm sorry, but like there's much more going on. You can't just focus on like one puppet president to do things. Like, yeah. I'm going to say like I'm not going to say I'm pro-Trump or anti-Trump either. This doesn't even matter. I'm saying like you put the when you start believing that the center of power is with a person who is only sitting there for 4 years, and you really don't know what's going on in the world, because there are certain people who are sitting there for 3,000 years and they are still in power. So.
Exactly, it's the people behind the president, you know, that have the real power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you're allowed to vote, but who decides who you can vote for, right? That's what you have to think about.
Yep.
Yeah, we have privately owned elections.
Yeah, it's like you're allowed to choose whatever iPhone you buy, but who creates all these iPhones, right? Like, it's the same company, it's the same group of people creating all these iPhones, and it's the same group of people creating all these candidates. Like,
Yep.
Yeah.
And we have the choice: shit, or shit.
Yeah.
Suka.
Suka.
So this kind of boils everything down to one problem, that being representative politics.
Yeah. So that's where I totally agree on with Thor always. That is the direct democracy, that you actually we should vote on issues and not on people anymore.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. There's no reason to have
That's an easy concept.
There's no reason to have delegated people voting for us when we can all vote on a computer and have our one vote count for an issue.
Oh,
If
be
that
careful
vote-
now.
that vote all the time.
They're going to cut us right off. Like, this is stuff they don't want us to be talking about. But go ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, I never understood that system in America. You know, where you have this delegated votes. You know, I never understood that whole system. It's
Well,
The electoral college.
Yeah, but like Okay, so you just throw up an idea on a public forum, people vote like a +1 or -1, and then the best ideas just get done. Or you ask a question and you with direct democracy vote about that question. And then when you assign a person to actually do that job, if it's about healthcare, you decide a healthcare professional is going to manage the job, and not some kind of like a business manager who is put on a political position of managing healthcare. Like that's what happens now. Like,
but this is a crazy idea.
But
This
Ruby,
means
that's
that
not
things
good for
will be
defense
functional.
contractors.
Functional, yeah.
Yeah, but this is the problem right here. We have an elite of politicians who are not interested in just getting the rug pulled out by direct democracy. They're going to be pushing representative democracy. But like, how does that still work? I guess it's the fact that we actually never presented the concept of direct democracy to people. It seems like a foreign thing. But of course, that is a much smarter way to go. Instead of having to choose between evils and letting people, well, at least they voted for a couple of things I wanted, but the rest went to shit. No. You're the one who's supposed to be voting. Take the power out of these people's hands. I'm dead serious.
Oh, sorry, I'm typing.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes everyone is talking at the exact same time, and sometimes like that air.
Well.
Well, I can say a few things. We were talking about sci-fi sponsored or military sponsored sci-fi movies. So when people think of the biggest sci-fi movie ever or movie franchise, people usually say Star Wars. And of course, Star Wars was sponsored by the military.
Oh!
Wait, the Reagan one or the movie?
Star Wars, all the original Star Wars movies, like Episode 4, 5, and the whole thing, is sponsored by the military.
The original ones were 5 and 6. Remember, they only did they did it backwards. Remember, they did 6 and then 5, and then went to 4. But they didn't do 4 until when?
I don't know.
Anyway, I have more important news that I think is interesting that everybody should know. Did you guys realize that the Trump org was charged today?
Yeah, the Trump family.
Heard, yeah.
Yeah, I heard about it. They got an indictment against the CFO for he's on bail right now. But he was indicted. Yeah, for tax evasion. Yeah, for $2 million.
Are they also going to charge Peter Thiel with the same? Because he's done some pretty bad tax evasion crimes.
I don't know. I was listening to Michael Cohen talk today, and he had a point. I don't know. Anything Michael Cohen says is kind of like circus boy, just like anybody else around Trump. But yeah, basically, like any of his little, even if they're important to Trump, they're still clowns on some level. But yeah, I mean, Michael basically said that Trump is the bread and butter of this case. They're just going for the small fish at first, but then, I understand that concept, but until I see an indictment against Trump, I don't know how far it can go.
2 million is pocket money to these people.
Exactly.
Of course it is.
Mm-hmm.
And they're coming after them. It's not for I forget what they were saying on the news. It's about how they did their bonuses and compensation. So instead of giving them money, they paid for trips, schools, and stuff like that. Yeah, stuff like that. And
indeed, 2 million is nothing for them. I mean, they're talking about billions, right?
Yeah.
2 million is one expensive car for these guys.
Yeah. Exactly.
Custom-made car, right?
it's pocket change for them, right?
Yeah, it is. I know they're not going to come after Peter Thiel because he's involvement with Incutel and all these things. So yeah.
And so many things at this point.
Yeah.
That's my main point of hypocrisy. That's why I said it.
Mm-hmm.
Well.
Oh, and then in other news as well, Gaza was bombed again by Israeli warplanes and Elbit drones, which dropped bombs under the people of Gaza. So.
Oh yeah, that new Israeli PM is going to be hell for the next. Oh god, I don't even know how long. I don't know Israel's.
Yeah. Netanyahu's out. Fucking.
Well, it sounds like the new guy is just a clone of Netanyahu.
No, I don't think so. Actually,
I don't think he's worse.
I don't agree on him being similar to Netanyahu, because I said it at the start of the show already. Like a person like Netanyahu, who is used to being in power, knows very well that you can't go to war with everyone, right? You can't. If you want to stay in power, you have to make friends and you have to make enemies and stuff. But this new guy is way more opportunistic, I think, and will be far more interested to like being with the NATO and involved with all these new, endeavors, military endeavors.
What bothers me with Israel is, and we talked about this before the show as well. Israel is so good with playing the victim role all the time, you know. The Palestinians being the terrorists, you know, and they are being the good guys, you know, but and always reminding us of Second World War, you know. Okay, it was really bad what happened there, but be honest, they are doing exactly the same now, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, and one of the things that I was saying at the beginning too is like, you know, one of the reasons why we teach something like Holocaust history is that so it's not repeated, because unfortunately we see what happens when you treat the Holocaust like it's some one-off deal. And that's not to say that it was horrible in its own right. It's just saying that genocide can happen again, medical experimentation can happen again, fascism can happen again, Nazism can happen again. And we see nearly everything that happened to the Jews during that time period happened to the Palestinians now. And you know, a lot of people are recognizing it, and you know, you can't shy away from that because you can't shy. You have to confront that narrative put forth by the Israelis of playing the victim.
It's like the victim becomes the bully, right?
Well, there is a form of reverse. Well, actually, it's just racism again playing, right? Like you're allowing them because. What happened to Jewish people in World War II, and that was done under a racist excuse, and now you're defending them with a reverse racism thing, I guess. But I just want to say that the Israeli state has very little to do with Jewish people. It's just a government that's doing it, right?
Okay, but
you can't say that. Just real quick, that the Chinese government doesn't represent all the Chinese. Many Chinese are against the social credit score system too. So there is a danger in that.
There's
to that point as well, a lot of people talk about kind of, you know, the increase in anti-Semitism as a result of continued Israeli aggression, but it's like, what about the increase in anti-Semitism against Jews who recognize the crimes of the Zionist apartheid occupation, and because they denounce that, they're subsequently shunned and completely mistreated by their own communities? Like, what about that? What about the increase in racism towards Arabs or activists who stand up for Palestine? What about that? No, instead you want to bring up some freaking ADL stat to try and play victim, but it's like, dude, Neymar takes more convincing dives than the Israelis at this point. Their narrative is crumbling.
Yeah.
You know what is weird? You know, Gaza and Palestine wants to be its own state, right? I mean, it was already a state. I mean, Israel is actually the invading party, right?
Well, it was actually Britain, I guess. It was a British colony in the 1920s, and they handed it pretty much over to, it's like a place to live for Jewish people.
Yeah, it was a little part. I saw actually pictures of it. You know, it was 3 pictures of that area. You know, and from different time periods, you saw like Israel was really little up in the north. Then it became bigger, and bigger, and bigger. You know, and now it's like it's almost swallowed up whole Palestine, right?
Yeah, but it is a movement that is political Zionism. You have to understand that Jewish people and Islamic people have lived there for thousands of years in pretty much in a peace situation too.
Yeah.
It was like even like Muhammad, who is a prophet in Islam, said like he respects the other people of the book, is how he called it, right? There was not a war going on. The war is created by political powers that have very little to do with religion. Well, every religion says you can't just murder people. You have to let God decide that, right? So.
Well, in history, a lot of murders were committed in the name of religion, right?
Yeah, I know.
I just want to address this Semite thing, because Palestinians are technically Semites as well.
Yeah, this is a language group in the Middle East that is Semitic languages.
So the most anti-Semitic people are Jews or Israelis.
Yeah, I have to say Israelis because we have advocates like Stanley Cohen who are like fighting really hard for Palestinians, and he's also he has Jewish background. He even lost his child in Israel during this war. Man. Yeah, and he's an advocate for free Palestine, and he's a Jewish lawyer. So there are plenty of Jewish people standing up for their rights too. It's just,
yeah, I know. I'm not saying that all the Jews are bad, you know, but those Zionists, those are bad, really bad.
Yeah, because you can't. Using anti-Semitism is really dangerous and benefits the Israeli state. Just saying, because the Israeli state goes to the UN saying exactly that. They're going to say like everyone who wants us gone is an anti-Semite, and they're using anti-Semitic slurs against us, and because they want to throw all of us into the sea, right? That is what they say to the UN, and they will get full support from the UN by pointing out to people who are anti-Semitic. So if you say all kinds of stuff against Jewish people and say like, yeah, Jewish people are to blame instead of Israeli state, they are copy-pasting those things you're saying and going to the UN and saying like, look at what they're saying about us. They want to get rid of us, right? And they will get full support from the UN.
Yeah, because of the stigma of what happened in the Second World War, they still try to play the victim role. You know, but they are the aggressor. Right?
And well, the Israeli state are not the victims of World War II. You have to imagine that. You have to understand that too, because they were already 40,000 people already moved out of Germany before the war even started, and were moved towards the Israeli area.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and I forgot the name of the. Oh man, I forgot the name of the place, but there was this specific area where the Palestinians literally gave refuge to Jewish people who were fleeing from the Holocaust, and then later on those same Palestinians were kicked out of their homes and marched away during the Nakba, and now that site is where a lot of like Zionists will gather to watch Palestine be bombed, essentially. I forgot the name of the place, but it's, yeah.
Yeah, because these are not the same people. Like, Jewish people were victims in World War II, but these people who created the Israeli state, they moved out in 1933 under the Hafara Agreement. 60,000 Jewish people went to the Palestinian area, and it was an agreement between the Zionist Federation of Germany and the Anglo-Palestine Bank and the authorities of Nazi Germany. This is public. You can find this on Wikipedia. This is called the Hafara Agreement with double A at the start. and a lot of money was given to them to go there and to create this whole state. And the Jewish people who stayed behind, who wanted to live in their countries, in European countries, they were all murdered.
Yep.
So that's the thing.
About what was it? 6 million of them.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much 6 million people were all murdered. I mean, yeah.
Well, 6 million Jewish people alone, 11 million in total once you add in the Africans, political prisoners, and the Roma and autistic people.
Exactly. Also, the mental handicapped and everything was murdered there.
And don't forget about the commies.
Yep, and the communists, and but yeah, I know that somewhere during that whole Holocaust, Hitler also decided to get rid of all the mentally disabled, including his what was it, stepsister? I think it was stepsister. Some relative of him who was also in an asylum. She got murdered too. So yeah, it was really pretty bad, you know, and I don't deny that, and it is good that there are still places like Auschwitz are still visible right now to remind the people what happened, so it doesn't happen again, right?
Yeah.
I've never been there. I actually wanted to go, but something came in between.
But they still do it. I mean, nothing changed. People in Yemen are being genocided at this moment.
Well, when the people don't learn from the history is doomed to repeat itself, right?
Exactly. And while Mark brought up Yemen, I do want to put in a link again for the Humanity's Voice Yemen fundraiser.
OpFeedYemen.
Do want to get that in there? Yes.
So,
I mean, it's still going on, and like even then, when everything was popping off in Palestine, like the people of Yemen still protested and stood in solidarity with them. Meanwhile, like we still have problems with that in America, so it's just and they're still facing one of, if not the worst humanitarian crisis happening this century. So
Well, I actually
just help out with that.
About Yemen. I actually made a comment on Twitter a while ago, saying, if Yemen had oil, you know, America and Europe would be all over it, right?
Well, I mean, the U.S. is involved in it and giving weapons to, like, weapon supply, sanctions, and blockades.
Yeah, but it doesn't really help. Bring food, not weapons, right? I mean, the people are starving there. Bring food, not weapons, because weapons just kill people. Doesn't feed people.
Yeah, but that's not good for the defense contractors, Ted.
Yeah, I know, but you know, but yeah, pretty much the world turns a blind eye to Yemen, right?
Yeah.
And that actually bugs me a little bit, you know, because like I said, if Yemen had oil or some other resource, you know, the whole world would be all over it, right?
Yeah. And I mean, like, maybe more people would pay attention to and give the Yemeni people some support as well. I mean, yeah.
Well, I'm trying as much as I can to write about it. There is one channel in our Discord server about OpFeedYemen. So yeah, I'm trying to put as much attention to it as I can, you know.
Yeah, these two guys are they're working really hard, and you can see it. They're posting the pictures and stuff. You can see that actually every cent they receive goes into food and medicines for these people. So, just saying, there's a big difference between certain other fundraisers.
Not to take away from Yemen, but I don't know if you guys saw this or not. Chinese President Xi Jinping has threatened other foreign nations, saying that foreign nations will get their heads bashed bloody if they attempt to interfere with China.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I've been telling you guys, things are heating up with China. Like, I know everybody thinks it's just fear porn, blah blah blah, but I'm telling you, I see signs that I haven't seen in well,
Yeah.
to be honest, I see signs that I haven't seen at all.
Yeah, but
with China.
Yeah, but how are you going to answer this with war? I mean, there's no option.
That's what it looks like we're going toward, and also Russia just during a NATO exercise, Russia fired live ammunition.
I just think the USA or the West, we have to accept the power is shifting, and we can't do much about that.
Yeah, well, here's what China is saying. They're saying anyone who dares to try to bully China or oppress or subjugate China will have their heads bashed bloody against the Great Wall of Steel forged by over 1.4 billion Chinese people.
Yeah, well, we are obviously losing already. I mean, we are already slowly introducing the whole social credit score system here. We are censoring the internet, just like they're doing there. We're limiting the rights to free protest, rights to free speech, we're limiting. So we're doing pretty much everything already following the rules of China. So.
No, I agree with you, but it's what I'm seeing is that it appears that China and Russia are starting to be a little bit more aggressive than they have in the past. With, you know, I think that they've been kind of backed into a corner.
Well, if we go on like this, it will be soon not planet Earth, but planet China.
Well, that's funny you say that too, because China says that they will be the great power within 30 years.
That's why I said that. It will be planet China soon. And we are adapting some of their habits already, right?
Yeah, they're not adapting ours. We're adapting theirs. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we have a Chinese puppet that's in presidency in the U.S. You know, he's like heavily. Him and his son are heavily invested into investments in China, and that is a national security threat. But you know, and the U.S. government rather care about protesters and fucking hacktivists.
Yeah, but to advocate for in any way for a war with a country like China, that just shows a complete ignorance into what can happen during a war. Because this is not about bullets firing. You're talking about, we're literally, okay, so I'm not going to talk about the whole COVID thing, but you're literally talking about a country that has so many, like such a huge scientific establishment. They could make bioweapons that kill everything. Like,
yep.
You can't advocate for wars.
And they might have already done that. That's the other thing. I mean, like, there's some weird shit going on now with COVID. That's all I got to say. Let's just say it's starting to jump from humans to animals again, and it wasn't doing that for a while. Some really weird shit going on with COVID. It's almost like it's like it has its own mind. Like it has it's like it's programmed to do certain things.
Everybody used to fear atomic bombs, but that's not a threat anymore that much, It's bioweapons.
course it's a well, by wait.
No, but I mean,
wait.
It's not likely they're gonna nuke the whole world, because there will be no losers, no winners. But the beauty of a bioweapon is you can kill an entire population and keep the infrastructure completely intact.
Exactly, and that is what a country like what such countries would be interested in, right?
Yep. Yeah. I okay. I agree with you, and I mean, I've said for the longest time, this could either be an accident or deliberate, and if it was deliberate, I mean, the implications of that, man, the implications of that are just wild. But yeah, it's very interesting the comments that are coming out of both China and Russia right now.
Well, it was already Adolf Hitler who made a dirty bomb filled with radioactive material. It was not a nuke like we know it, but it was a dirty bomb, and it was created to throw on New York, right? Just to kill the population and to keep the infrastructure up. So that is the thing.
Yeah, that's true. That's true too. In regards to the dirty bomb that Adolf Hitler had made, and there's also
they found it. I mean, they found these bombs.
The U.S. military years ago when they wanted to weaponize insects and weaponize what's the term for it? I can't remember what the hell it's called. It's not insecticide. I can't remember. It's basically the weaponization of insects. I just can't remember what the hell it's called. It starts with an E.
Reminds me of a movie that was recently. It was like a stupid B movie where they tried to weaponize locusts.
It's called entomological warfare.
Thank you. Entomological warfare. The U.S. government had done that, and also China had done that before in the past, and so has Japan, and other countries as well. They've weaponized insects, and they've done it in multiple different ways, from injecting like formulas or chemicals into the insects, which sounds really difficult, and it sounds really like dangerous. To just getting a whole bunch of like dangerous insects together and just trying to breed them into an area.
Well, keep in mind that the USA already did that in the past. They weaponized ticks, for example, to spread Lyme disease, right?
Yes. Yeah, they did that. They did that in the Middle East. Yeah, they've done that multiple times, weaponizing insects. Yes.
Actually, the Japanese were already experimenting with biowarfare in the Second World War.
Well, the US used it very powerful in Vietnam with the ticks.
They handed out blankets. They handed out blankets to China with some disease on it. I can't remember what it was called now. There was a certain unit in China, in Japan, that there was actually doing research for biowarfare in the 40s already.
Smallpox in the 1800s, Cap2 says.
Yeah, I can't.
On the Native Americans.
I can't remember off the top of my head. I've written about it. I did a whole article on all like the history of entomology. But yeah, I mean the U.S. was doing it with like Project Shad and like a whole bunch of other projects where they were just experimenting on using insects and biological weapons.
I found it. Japanese Unit 731.
Yes, that's it.
And actually, they were giving people like diseases like smallpox and there was something.
No, yeah, they were back then they were using smallpox. Yeah, that's true.
Smallpox and other diseases. I can't remember exactly which ones, but yeah, that was already in the 40s happening. I mean, and back then they didn't know even that much about warfare yet, right?
Right. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. 100%, man. I mean, the thing is, like, all these different governments, and countries, I should say, they've experimented with biological weapons and also using entomology. That's a really hard word for me to say. I don't know why, but.
But the beauty is, comparing with atomic weapons, they are really hard to smuggle, But a bioweapon, you can smuggle over a border without even nobody noticing it, right? Because it's just a little virus,
It depends. I mean, it depends on what it is. I mean, like, you could smuggle it in your sock. Yeah, that's true. If it's in a vial, right? If it's in a small little vial, you can smuggle it in your sock, in your shoe.
Exactly.
Now, what's very interesting is that there's been several arrests here in the U.S. of Chinese smuggling of viruses out of the U.S. back to China. And dangerous viruses out of the U.S. back to China.
And the second thing is, like I said, and the advantage of using bioweapons or insects instead of nuclear weapons, the whole infrastructure will be intact, and it's just the population that is wiped out, right? So it's just like land ready for taking over, right?
Yeah. Also, if it gets to the point where everybody's getting it and everybody's weak enough, that's a good time to invade.
Exactly.
I'm not saying that that's 100% what's going to happen, but what I am saying is that it's a possibility because of when you have a weakened population, your strong population can easily come in without much force and take over. And the way that the U.S. and China have been going back and forth for the past couple years, I wouldn't put that past that actually happening or being the reason for a virus to be released. And everybody, and nobody wants to talk about that, right? Nobody wants to talk about the possibility that China really did legitimately release a virus because they want world domination. But China's saying it. China's straight up saying it now. They're saying that they want world domination. They're saying this is straight out of the president's mouth right now. They're saying that they want world domination.
Side every time they were in a world war.
The thing is, the thing is, people think, right, that the U.S. is bad or another country is bad or whatever. But when it comes down to it, it really is country versus country. Your government can be as bad as you can disagree with your government. I can disagree with the U.S. government, right? But at the same time, would I fight for the people of the U.S.? Not the government, but the people of the U.S.? If China was to invade, I mean, what do you think? I'd just sit there and not do anything? But
there is another possibility. They make the people sick, right? And they weaken them, and instead of invading them, they're offering quote unquote help.
Yeah, that's another scenario too. So look, man, there's some really weird shit going on with this virus. That's all I got to say. It's mutating faster than any virus in history. Jack has already said that and shown that and proven it.
Remember when I showed it to you on Next Strain? That shit's crazy.
I couldn't fucking remember that website, dude. I was trying to remember that website.
Do you want me to send you the link?
Yeah, I do want you to send me the link. I couldn't remember.
Yeah, it literally mutates 20 times, no, I'd say even 100 times faster than the flu, which is insane. Because and think about this.
But yeah, it's fast, man.
They have a difficult time making vaccines for the seasonal flu, but yet like they got this experimental vaccine out for something that mutates even faster than than the flu. And then I remember Lovers telling me that there's that new strain. Remember I showed you that red strain? I forget what it's called. It's called like something H, the red one. And remember, and that's the strain that is supposedly immune to the vaccine already. So like, it just got released and people just got vaccinated.
Delta's immune to it too.
So it's Delta and this new strain that's immune to it already.
Well, there's Gamma, which is also immune to the strain, or I'm sorry, to the VC. I would prefer you just to say VC instead of the other word. But anyway,
why?
Well, just because I don't want us getting fucking banned from YouTube.
Oh, so we got to use code words now, like fucking with the Cyclops.
Yeah, basically.
You know it.
This is hilarious, bro. What a circus, man.
Yeah, it is, man. It's fucking insane. Like, it's fucking nuts, man. Like, you can't even speak about something. Like, you can't have a normal fucking conversation about something and have an actual scientific.
Why? Because we think the VC is a bunch of bullshit, so they got hate on us.
Well, I mean, it's not even just we think. It's the fact is that there's issues. There's documented issues now where they're saying, like the FDA put out a recent warning saying that it can cause heart problems
Clots,
in males.
yeah, heart clots and blood clots and heart problems. There was actually parts of Europe where they stopped using certain vaccines because it was causing so many blood clots.
They were actually doing something here in the Netherlands now. They are doing like music events where you can get the vaccine, right? And some big DJ plays there, like really.
God damn, you guys keep dropping the word. Like, it's gonna get us banned on YouTube.
Oh.
And we're gonna have to rebuild the account again.
Oh, sorry. Well, I'm like, really, people? Do you really need to already trick people into getting the VC? Right?
Technically, we can get banned once, AK. We can have 3 strikes, right? So we can lose this episode technically without any consequences.
So how many strikes do you already have?
We're now on 0, so on this account. So we can have one.
On this account.
You can say whatever the fuck you want right now, I think, because a first strike has no consequences. So.
Yeah, but it'd be better not to get any strikes at all, though, wouldn't it?
Well, I think if you get that strike, I think they'll take the account down, dude.
Let me see.
Medical, yeah, because they'll say it's medical.
Don't test it.
Oh yeah, don't.
Yeah, exactly. Like, don't fucking test it because it's like we'll have to rebuild the whole fucking account again, and it's just a pain in the ass.
Yeah, they might change it based on the crime.
The crime, yeah.
The crime, yeah.
The thought crime.
Yeah, but that's what it is. I mean, it's literally mutating Gamma, Delta. There's a strain in Turkey that just came out, and they tried to stop it from
Take a
leaving Turkey.
genius to look at the mutation on next strain and see that it's just ridiculous. You know what I mean? And, it doesn't take a very intelligent person at all. Like, you just see it.
Like, look at the combine. Like, look at actual SARS, right? Compare that to what this is, and look at Ebola. Compare that to what this actually is. The mutation rate is nothing. It's nothing compared to what this is.
Because it is genetically altered, right?
Yeah, that's exactly why.
So. I don't really think it'd be very easy for such a virus to just come out of nowhere and wouldn't it, if this thing was already existed, wouldn't it have already been spreading at like madness way before? You know what I mean? But out of nowhere, all of a sudden, this virus just comes out that's worse than the flu. Like, it makes no sense.
Well, that's the thing too. It's jumping now again, Jack. It's jumping. It's starting to jump again from humans to animals, and it wasn't doing that a few months ago. It stopped that. Now it's doing it again. What is
so
that?
so it can get different mutations. Dude, that's weird. That's not
I mean,
that's weird.
those-
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I find
It wasn't jumping. It wasn't jumping from like when this first started, right? When this first started, it was jumping from humans to animals, and it was doing what it was programmed to do, in my opinion. Because I looked at the Xi Jinping research and everything, and I was like, by God, she was literally designing a virus to jump from fucking humans to animals and animals back to humans. That's what she was doing. Like, these are academic fucking papers. Look them up, people. They're there.
I mean, you know what?
Send me a link.
That the viruses suddenly appear out of nowhere. Because normally it takes a virus like millions of years to evolve, right?
Absolutely.
And now it suddenly appears out of nowhere and is mutating really fast, right? Yeah, I think that has to do something with that whole gain of function experiments that they were doing.
There's
What happened? He dropped, I think.
I just wanted to say that these experiments that Xi Jinping was doing, they go back almost a decade. They go back to oh wait, no, it is actually it is a decade, because it goes back to 2008. That's when she started, in 2008, and then she got some type of results in 2013, 2015, and onward. Let me hold on.
Okay, well, viruses do mutate. Usually not so super fast, but they do mutate. Usually because they're trying to survive, right? And if you have like a temperature difference, if you have a virus and you go on a plane, right, to a different country where there is a completely different temperature, then a virus will have to mutate really fast to adapt to that new temperature that you're arriving in, for example. And that's why you saw different strains in, for example, Australia than you saw in Asia. People went on planes too, and they went to Australia, and it was a much different temperature, and you saw a new strain arriving there. So yeah.
By the way, Divine, don't mute your microphone. Come on.
Fine.
Come on,
So
talk.
this man should speak.
Yeah, come on, talk with us.
I'm not that special. You do know that, right?
Finally, it can speak.
Oh! Yeah. I mean, I just woke up from a fucking nap. I'm not like I literally am, because I was so tired and shit. So I took a little nap, and lo and behold, I just woke up. Then I'm like, oh fuck it, might as well just join.
Welcome to the ABB show.
Oh my God. Okay,
Yep.
so this research, this is like way. I didn't even realize this. There's way more here than even I had when I was digging into this. Zero Hedge just did a really good report on this, and holy fuck, like holy fuck. They actually have research here that goes back to 2007. I didn't find that. Apparently, her first experiment was in 2007. Her first reference to this experiment was in 2005, in which she reported that a species of bats had a natural host of coronaviruses closely related to those responsible for the SARS outbreak. She then started experimenting in 2007, and her team and her published a paper in the Journal of Virology in 2007 that showed how viruses could be manipulated to infect and attack human cells using an HIV-based pseudovirus. This experiment funded was funded by the Chinese Academic Sciences, and it was the first indication that Xi's Wuhan laboratory was acquiring the technologies and skills required to manipulate viruses collected in the wild.
Yep.
She then authored a paper in 2010 showing that her team had built on the 2007 experiments by manipulating additional bat virus specimens and testing their interactions with human SARS-CoV spike proteins. They found that altercation of several key residues either decreased or enhanced the bat ACE2 receptor efficiency. Not sure what that means. The study was again funded by the Chinese Academic Sciences. She and her team conducted a 12-month longitudinal survey of a colony of horseshoe bats at a single location at Kunming City, Yunnan Province, China, which is around Wuhan, in 2011 and then 2012. While she and her team were conducting the survey, an unrelated group of 6 workers began clearing bat excrement from a copper mine shaft in Yunnan, approximately 200 miles away from Xi's group, according to the Sunday Times. In April 2012, according to the Wall Street Journal, 6 workers became seriously ill from a pneumonia-like disease that resulted in the deaths of 3 of the men. Oh, sorry, I was right, 3. Notably, all of the public reports state that the mine shaft was abandoned, but none of these same reports explain why the 6 miners were there to clean the shaft out. There was no media mention of this strange incident, isolated outbreak, and the Sunday Times notes that it appears there have been a media blackout. So this is now fully coming out. Like this is like massive information. I mean, this is stuff that I didn't even know about.
Yeah, as I told you, this COVID shit is just the result of gain of function, right?
Yes, and I don't know if this is gain of function. I don't know what this is. I have no idea what the fuck she's doing. But what she's literally fucking doing is creating a virus that can jump from a zoonotic virus, basically. She's creating a zoonotic virus that can jump from humans to animals, and that basically destroys the inner side of your lungs. That's what it does. It creates a pneumonia-like disease. So, the virus allegedly found in one of these samples that were in these caves was later revealed to be the closest known match to the virus that causes COVID-19. This is all citable, by the way.
It's all public information, right?
In-fucking-credible. That's all I got to say. In-fucking-credible, man. I knew about all her research. I didn't know about that. I had no idea about that.
I think that's just... they are looking for new bioweapons, and yeah, well, they found one, right?
Yeah, and was it related? That's not our argument. The argument is whether or not it was released purposely or it was an accident. I would like to hope that they would not release something like this on purpose, but I don't know. The way that China has devolved, I think that they would.
They would.
Because they would then be able to dominate the world and take over the world, because they would have the, well, I don't know if they would have the cure, but I mean they would know how to in some ways fight it. Or just stay away from it. Like,
it is some scary shit, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So if you want to read more about that, I just posted it in there, and it's incredible.
And the thing is, it's just all public records, right?
All public record.
So why aren't people seeing that? Why are people not seeing what we are seeing?
Because they don't fucking realize that you can look it up on public record and see her experiments. And meanwhile, the New York Times, fuck you, New York Times. Fucking, no, seriously, like, fucking ridiculous, dude. Like, they pen an op-ed with the fucking Chinese scientist saying, I'm not responsible. My asshole, you're not responsible.
There's a question for you guys. From Awuli, Action for Assange. And he asks, mutating really fast, almost like there's more than one virus they intentionally leaked out, like a completely different one. And then he says the reason the flu is still around is because the distribution of the flu through the vaccine, something like 1 in 5 get the flu directly from the flu shot, a lab strain, that then breaks out in the population because these same BSLs create them. So the thing was mutating really fast, almost like there's more than one virus they intentionally leaked out, like a completely different one.
Could be possible that they created different strains of the virus to see which one is most effective.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it. I'm asking you guys.
Yeah, like I said, it is not improbable that they created different strains of the bioweapon that they are creating, and just experimenting which one is working the best. Which one is working the fastest and has the most kill rates, right?
Yeah. So then I have this question, like, what they're doing right now to us with pretty much disabling our entire society. Are they actually trying to solve this issue or making it worse? Because I can already tell you that most people who get like flu-related diseases in the winter, they get it because of vitamin D deficiency, because they're sitting indoors the whole time and they get like little sunlight. And yeah, viruses don't really like the sunlight, right? And the vitamin C result,
Exactly.
vitamin D.
And that brings us to the big point, that this is just the fucking flu on media steroids. Just pumping people
It's
full of
not
fear.
a fucking flu on media steroids. You can watch the thing mutate.
Yeah, but they're doing two things to us. They're making us.
They really eat this shit up. Like, I've been in fights all fucking week with people who just ate up that narrative, and they're spitting it back in my face.
So Thor,
and I'm trying to tell them that somebody else put those ideas in your head, but they're still spitting that same propaganda back in my face.
Read what I just posted. It's all science. You can go through every single article. It's in her own words, the scientist that worked in that lab. Look what she was working on.
Okay, but there is a middle way in this discussion, and that's the fact that the coronaviruses, this is the 7th coronaviruses, the early ones discovered in the 1960s, cause flu-like symptoms, right? That is pretty much what coronaviruses do. They cause flu-like symptoms, just like rhinoviruses cause it too.
Until you edit it, and then when you edit it and make it do other fucking things that it wasn't meant to do, you create a fucking monstrosity, and that's what she did.
Yep.
Yeah, but how you combat it is by using the things that normally prevent flu.
No.
And I'm saying that's just like paranoid shit they put in your head. There's no real actual danger. That's just something the media is telling you.
That's not... No, Thor. No, you can watch the fucking thing mutate.
Well, I already said it. It's too late. You can't take it out of reality now.
You guys know this is going to be an endless discussion, right? Because there are ways to boost your immune system that make you very much capable of defeating this. And I'm not making this up either. This is coming from a emeritus professor in microbiology. So it says like 98% of people won't notice even this because their immune system is capable of beating this. Like that's the thing. Like it's only like it affects only 2% of people that have already a weak functioning immune system.
Okay, but what if I told you that this thing likes to hide in people? So it can infect somebody and cause them to be sick, and then it can just stay lingering in their body, hiding there. Can it reactivate
It sounds
itself?
like information that somebody else said to you.
It's from her
You're not an
paper.
expert on any of this. You're just taking stuff that they fed you and repeating it back to us.
Dude, it's from her papers and her research papers from years ago. If you think if you think something like that is so sophisticated, I don't have any words. I have no words, man. Like, it's so.
Well, we know who's dying from this stuff, and it's the same people who's always dying from the flu. Old and sick people, full of comorbidities and such.
What about the kids? What about the kids in Brazil?
What about the kids in Brazil? They've had a shitty time for quite some time. I think they have more problems than just some flu.
So how did they falsify an entire genome, Thor?
I didn't say they falsified a genome. I'm saying they're fear-mongering.
Well, if they didn't falsify
the
an
whole
entire
thing.
genome, then that means it exists,
What's
right?
being falsified? What's being falsified is death numbers. Everybody's getting it contributed to corona.
But you said it was the flu on steroids. So is it a flu on steroids or is it COVID?
Let me talk then. You can bet your
You're always
ass that false positives are through the fucking roof.
I wouldn't doubt the numbers are scuffed, but it's very difficult to collect data across the globe, so I could only imagine.
Yeah.
Things you'd know if you knew anything about collecting data or looking at data, actually.
I think the question is like, do these people like? Okay, so it can be a bioweapon. It's like super rapidly mutating, everything like that. The question is, do the people in power want to solve it or make it worse? That's what I'm asking myself.
The thing is, your immune system is a learning thing, right? Viruses it already been in contact with. It knows how to handle it, but this one is completely new. So the question is, can your immune system handle it without help? Because it is so new, your immune system doesn't know what to do with it, right?
Yeah, but
Okay, I'm going to launch a challenge now. Okay, I will let myself get infected by any strain of coronavirus. Okay, and I will be in contact with any sick person, anytime, anywhere. Just tell me where to show up, so I can prove this once and for all. This thing cannot infect me at all. Impossible.
Yeah, there is more people.
I have a shitty fucking immune system.
There's more people in our country who are doing that too. By the way, you're not the only one doing that. There's more people in our country too. They're saying like, I prefer the virus over the vaccine. I want to get the virus instead of the vaccine. Yeah.
Yay! That's real. That's an intelligent person talking right there. Running from a flu is the dumbest thing you would ever do.
Yeah,
because your immune system will learn from it and knows how to adapt to it, right?
Not if the virus is mutating.
It's not a flu.
It's not a flu. It's not the flu.
They've been watching. They've been watching too much mutating teenage turtles here, so they think everything is super dangerous. I view this as a flu on media steroids, and mark my words, a flu on media steroids. Okay, you're going to learn this in the future.
I'm talking in general, any disease. your immune system will learn from it and adapt to it, right?
Yeah, that used to be the normal logic behind it, but people seem to have forgotten that logic now.
Did you miss the point where I said that she inserted HIV? Which is what? What does that do? Oh, it kills the immune system. That's what it does.
Yep, that it does.
Do you understand what she did? I do.
Yeah, but we have a.
I'm not disagreeing.
Research. I see what she did. She took the SARS virus that was naturally in these bats in this cave, right? And then she spliced it with HIV and removed the S protein from SARS. I don't know what that does. I'm not a virology expert, but to me, right, that kind of seems like she inserted the proteins from HIV into this virus.
Well, and again, I question why you would even know this stuff. Where would you get this information? And, you know, those 5 companies controlling the whole thing would be feeding that to you. It's fear-mongering propaganda. That's what they wanted to go around talking about. And no, you're not an expert.
How is it fear-mongering propaganda if the research happened years ago, Thor?
Oh, you're going to die from the bullshit virus! I don't know a single person who got that shit. And we didn't lock down, okay? We have no masks on. You hear me?
I know the Scandinavian countries didn't. Scandinavian countries didn't take active measures against it, and the numbers are not exactly higher than the rest of the people in the chat seem to agree with you, Thor. So I'm just saying.
I'm not sure how they do. They must be retarded because they can't read fucking right there at the academic papers. Her own academic papers literally say what she did.
Please don't call people stupid because they don't agree with you. That's not the right way to keep a conversation.
You have like a
academic papers. I'm calling people stupid because they can't read academic papers that are online, specifically outlining what she fucking did since 2007.
I can show you a lot of papers speaking directly against what you're saying, Ian. You want to start piling on papers?
You fucking can't, because that whole article literally outlines everything. Read it.
You seem upset.
Because you're fucking retarded.
No. I'm just arguing against this narrative that you're pushing.
It's not a narrative that I'm pushing, it's the fucking truth.
Well,
you can't change the fucking truth.
Then we know what the truth is. Can we just like
so
do the
explained how they falsified an entire genome that says that this is the virus from subjects that got the virus extracted from them. So how did that happen?
First of all, this came from state-controlled Chinese media. First of all, when did we start listening to fucking communist China? That's
not where the
first of all.
Came from.
Second of all, there's so many good reasons why people should be backing this. There's so many things to gain from actually doing this. Don't you see the power? Don't you see the money?
It has nothing to do with China.
When I'm talking. You're just trying to interrupt me. Just trying to stop me from actually saying something.
Dude, you don't ever shut up. You don't ever shut up. I'm actually going to turn you down because you're really loud. Oh my god, screaming.
I mean,
that is ridiculous.
I started screaming because he started screaming. But here's the thing, okay?
Yeah, but he sits there and talks about interrupting people, and then he interrupts me by yelling at me and tells me not to interrupt. It's ridiculous.
The samples that were in those caves, right? They are the closest known match to the current COVID-19 virus. And she's admitted it her fucking self.
Oh yeah, so you think that is correct information?
You still can't explain how they falsified an entire genome. Just saying.
Well, you don't need to, you haven't looked in the fucking microscope. You don't know anything but what the fucking
the entire global community of scientists
how do fucking North Korea control the fucking news?
Do you know how dumb that sounds? It sounds like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I'm gonna be honest.
And there's people agreeing with you on that, which is just insane.
I'm just saying you can't. It's impossible. You're not gonna falsify an entire genome. It's not gonna happen.
You can't.
He's so muted.
I just don't understand logic, man. Like, what do you think? We have a time machine, and we went back in 2007 and created all these papers for Shizeng Li. Like, these papers are fucking there. You can read them, and it says the date when they were published, and they're academic papers. Do you think all of these academics, various different academic organizations, are involved in this? And they're involved with Shizeng Li, and it's a giant fucking conspiracy that they are all involved in it? I mean, come on.
Why is Thor muted? Thor shouldn't be muted, guys.
I don't know. So get it.
We don't do censorship in here.
Hey, Tyler.
Hey.
Are you Tyler? Now we can actually,
if you have to fucking mute me, you're just censoring me, and you're a fucking weak fucking person. Okay?
What?
Who the fuck muted me? Who the fuck muted me? You're fucking weak.
I didn't.
You're fucking weak.
Damn it.
I didn't mute you. I just got here.
I just unmuted
somebody
you,
did. Yeah, and Mark just unmuted me. Don't fucking come here. You're weak. You don't want to hear my side of the fucking argument, so you try to talk over me.
I'm trying. I'm literally trying to give a.
Just shut up. Just shut the fuck up and let me speak.
Of
just shut the fuck up and let me speak.
All these papers, like fucking academic papers, man.
You're
like,
just,
do
you're
you
just,
think all of
you're
this
just
is like forged?
Spewing the same fucking narrative over and over again.
Today.
Okay? Blah blah, full of it. Fuck this bullshit conversation.
Then get the fuck out then, dude. Shit.
Thor, go back in and calmly explain all this stuff, please. Because we all know that most of the activist community is on your side by now, Thor, so you can calmly explain this.
Yeah, but I'm so sick of having to have this up in our faces all day. Why do you keep on bringing on these people who are just here to fucking sabotage? We're trying to solve this issue.
We have protests all over Europe with people who
I know, but they don't want to talk about protests. They want to talk about some pseudoscience bullshit. But yeah, protests, good stuff. I don't mean to be upset or be mean, so to speak. But yeah, I'm just saying it as it is. We have a big fucking problem on our hands, and these people want to like help push that fucking narrative. Like, you're on the wrong side of this fight. Then you should go to the other side and help them push the fucking propaganda.
Yeah, I think that's not a major. I think they're actually right about what the virus actually means. But I'm just thinking, like, I think how the governments are treating the solutions to it is wrong. They are doing the opposite of what they should do. They're locking people in, like I said, and so people get less sunlight and they get like less vitamins to actually beat these things with their immune system and these things. So,
but they're literally they're literally following the protocol for a biological release of a weapon. Like that's the other thing. When this first happened, you remember seeing all the governments when they had hazmat suits on and everything. That was their first response.
Yeah, but you know they.
When I said Trump, remember when I said
to get China to look like the enemy. They're going to try to start a war. They're going to try to start a war. Trust me. They're going to try to start a war. You heard it. Everybody heard it.
The same thing.
Just shut up, man, and let me fucking talk.
Meanwhile,
okay?
I was saying it wasn't dangerous.
These people made this up to start a war with China. Trust me.
Well, you know, if you think that way, then do you just think that all the people dead are just like fake?
Did you see the videos come out of China with people falling over in the streets?
I want to imagine that. Those were fake videos.
Fake. Those were fake videos.
I'm the one who leaked most of them, yeah.
Whatever.
People
Actually,
falling over in the streets from COVID.
He was on to this. I remember. AK was on to this story when I was still in Central Asia. It was like the end of January, and he was telling me about. I think he told me there was like some sort of like superfood that was killing people, and I believed it, but I didn't believe it was like that serious. And then there was the whole Wuhan shit, and you were onto that before everybody was.
Yeah, I mean, ABB. We reported about the strange flu that was in China in December 2020.
Yeah, there was.
Or sorry, no, wait. I mean December 2019.
Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah, you were on that story before everybody was.
Yeah, I tend to agree with both sides in this, right? Honestly, like, because I agree with Thor on the whole part that they're making things worse and they're like scaring us into submission with a complete control system. But I don't disagree on anything related to the virus. I don't know anything about it, but I do know that how the governments are treating us is like really fucking bad. Like creating this whole surveillance system, digitalizing money, everything, banning protests.
Well, I mean, using COVID as an excuse to torture prisoners with solitary confinement, basically now rebranding it as quarantine, like what they did to X.
Do you remember? Do you remember? I'm not sure if a lot of people remember. A lot of people thought it was fake. But when the Chinese government realized in like January or it was February that they couldn't contain the virus, they were on buildings they knew that had uncontrolled infections. They literally welded the doors shut.
They welded people in. They welded.
Yeah.
People. Yeah.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did.
I had video. Yeah, I had those videos coming out from somebody in China.
Yeah, a lot of people thought those videos were fake, but I saw more than at least 20 of them. They're
they were real.
Yeah.
You know, it was a red flag to me when they said like you have to all sit in, like when they said like, okay, so viruses could be airborne, and then when you could have it like when you're sitting in each other's like airstream, when you're like coughing each other, you can catch it right from each other, and then they said you have to all sit indoors, right? Sit in each other's airstream, right? And then I felt like, okay, so if there is really this virus problem, they're spreading it.
That's the thing, man. They don't know what to fucking do. But
exactly.
But at the same time, yes, governments around the world are taking advantage of the virus, and they are pushing Orwellian technology. And I've said this multiple fucking times. One thing doesn't have to be true for the other to be false. You know, like, I don't know how many times I have to say that. I mean, like, yes, this virus is a biological weapon. There's all the research right there in the Discord. It's literally all there in academic papers, written by the fucking lead scientist at the lab. Okay? When that situation happened, you know what China did? They sent in a biological weapons military expert into Wuhan after that incident happened. Okay? Then, what did they do? They passed a directive of basically saying about how a biological weapons directive. Like, I don't know what more you need. Like, there's so much fucking evidence here. Why did China delete evidence and delete data if it wasn't a biological weapon? Why did they do that? Why did they have scientists and everything that were the scientists that were around Wuhan working on that lab delete data from that lab? Those are facts. There's academics. There's Chinese academics that said that they were forced to delete data. Yeah,
and that because the news said so, that makes it a fact.
It's Chinese media saying it. Why would the Chinese media say that against themselves?
Well, they lie all the time. Chinese media is known for this.
I know they lie all the time. That's not my point. My point is, why would they say it about themselves? It's not even Chinese. It's not even fully Chinese media. There's Chinese academic papers as well, Thor.
The weird thing is, you know, they knew already in end of December that the situation was pretty bad, right? And still, they allowed in January to let people travel for Chinese New Year. You know,
right?
Spreading the virus even more over the world, right?
Right. And that's where I come in and say, was it deliberate or was it accident? because what time it happened around, it just kind of rubs me in a way saying that this could have been a deliberate release because it happened right there around the Chinese New Year where everybody was traveling around. And that's how it spread. It
Exactly.
spread
Oh,
because of that.
absolutely. Absolutely.
So, I mean,
Well,
like...
here's the crazy thought. What if they actually are working together on this? And the fake
No, you're
fight
right.
you see
You're
is
you're
just
right.
that.
No, you're right, Thor. You're 100% right. The France government, the Australian government, and the U.S. government all funded that lab. They all funded that Wuhan lab, and they were all funding various different experiments. They were funding gain of function research over there too. But I don't think this is gain of function. I think that's kind of a throw off. I don't see gain of function in any of her documents. Right? What I do see.
Well, I think this is the new world order, as we were warned about. Even I know it sounds like fiction, but now it's looking real.
In regards to a new world order, the new world order would be from the UN and the Agenda 2030 stuff. And I don't disagree with you that they could use this to move in, right?
Well, they already have. Look at them take control. They already have taken a lot of control. And look at the billionaires getting richer and the normal people getting poorer. It's a perfect scheme.
And you know what, AK? It's what is even more suspicious that months before the outbreak, right? Let's call it outbreak for a moment. They had a simulation of an outbreak.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So you can argue, if you argue that New World Order, so you have a United Nations army, you have an international court, right? You have a global finance system now, and now you do see the creation of a global medical establishment, led by the World Health Organization, that decides like the policy for all the countries, except for a few that don't follow it.
Well, that was already there, though. The World Health Organization was already there, but it's expanded its power. That's true.
And who is it funded by?
China is funded by the World Health. Yeah, China funds the
exactly.
World Health Organization funded the other country. That's the possibility of the elitists in power trying to use this virus is very true. But what I'm saying is, regardless, the virus itself was created in a lab. It's very obvious with her research. Her research there is bar none. I mean, when you look through and you just read her research, you're like, this woman was a good scientist. Like,
I'm not disagreeing with you there, AK. I'm not disagreeing with you there. I think too that this is a human-created virus. This is not something that comes out of the blue from nature, right?
With the genome that can't be fabricated.
Exactly.
And that's an important part too. I mean,
It's very important.
It's very important because if a genome was fucking fabricated, that would mean that the entire scientific community was fucking involved in a big giant conspiracy, and that's just
I
not.
don't believe conspiracies can get that large. I just don't believe it.
Well,
really
conspiracies
don't.
can get large, but no, I don't believe a conspiracy could get that large. Where
I'm going to level with you. I'm going to level with all of you. I have a video on YouTube. It's over 10 years old now.
I want you to prove to me that how every scientist on this planet would agree to a falsified genome. I want you to tell me that. I don't care about anything else you say. That's what I want to hear. Is how they falsified the genome. How did they falsify it?
Let me speak.
Are you about to tell me how they falsified it? Otherwise, I don't care.
Yeah, is he gonna interrupt me every time I open my mouth? In that case, it's not gonna be a very good soul, Mark.
What if
You're
I
going to
wasn't
have to
finished
moderate.
talking? What if I wasn't finished talking? That means you interrupted me. You know,
no, you interrupted me.
But
I was still talking.
Guys, we have time. Just talk separately. It's okay.
Let him speak. Let him speak and say what he's gonna say, Jack. Just.
I made a video about the bird flu over 10 years ago because they were pushing a similar agenda. Everybody was supposed to be scared of it, but it didn't take the way this one took. So that, if you actually search for the lawnmower man and bird flu, So you will find it yourself, and you can see why I have this attitude because I've seen it so many times before.
But I want to see how they falsified the genome.
But the thing about bird flu and this flu, or not flu, but coronavirus, right, is that bird flu is a completely different species of virus compared to a coronavirus. Yeah, I agree. In the past, I agree with you. They hyped Ebola. They hyped
It's not a difference. It's one of the SARS strains. This is maybe you should actually do some research here, but yeah, it's the same family.
Bird flu is not the same family as.
No, he means corona is one of the SARS family flus, right?
Yes. Coronavirus is the SARS family. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what is a bird flu? You have no idea.
It's not a coronavirus. I forget
Just
what it is.
just go Google it. Google it right now.
An influenza virus, by the way. It's influenza. It's a flu.
Yeah.
What kind of question is that?
Yeah.
Is that really a question? You call it the flu, and then you ask what it is. It's a flu. What kind of question is that? It doesn't make sense.
What was it again? H1N1 or something like that?
It was H5N1.
Yeah, that's bird flu. H5N1 is bird flu. H1N1 is swine flu, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, so you can ask one other question, and that is like, why is this hyped so much when in 2004 they discovered the coronavirus here in my own country, one of the top 3 most populated countries in the world per square mile. They discovered a coronavirus, and it's called New Haven. Actually, that's the nickname of it, and it spread all over the world in a matter of weeks to months, and now is responsible for almost 3.5% of all forms of pneumonia in the world, of all respiratory diseases. This is a coronavirus that was discovered in 2004 here. No one ever heard about it, but it infected the entire world, and it is now responsible for 3.5% of all respiratory diseases in the world. And that's the thing. And why is this coronavirus so different? Because that one was discovered in a young girl, 14-year-old girl, and it went all over the world. We haven't had not a single media reported about it.
Well, I mean, why is this different, Mark? I mean, I can answer that very easily. Because it's not just a coronavirus. It's genetically modified virus that has coronavirus plus, or I'm sorry, it has SARS plus HIV.
I believe that. I believe all of that. I mean, I have no knowledge of it, so I'll just take it as fact from you. But
Well, either way,
I gave you all the
we
research there. Just
we can't be giving up our rights just because somebody's scaring us with some fucking flu. Okay, I'm not afraid to die. I would rather.
No one disagrees that it's
live and
used
die
for
as a
fear campaign.
person.
That's not what anyone's saying.
Stop interrupting me, you fucking faggot.
Hey,
Can't say that on YouTube, Thor. We had this discussion last time, Thor.
faggot is an illegal word on YouTube.
Yep.
Well, we didn't get taken down though.
No.
Yeah, but you still can't say it.
Okay, but
Okay.
so you guys.
I'll call you Homo sapien then.
That works with me.
listen, we can argue with each other, but we can do it with respect, right?
I didn't do anything disrespectful.
No. I'm talking to the other one.
Oh, okay. The honorable gentleman is a moron.
Okay, and you continue to do exact opposite of what he just said we should do, but okay.
No, I said honorable gentleman first.
I believe it. I just heard you.
There's no need for stupid childish name calling here.
But everybody sees that this is being used to just give the governments more power.
But they do that with every virus. They do that with every major outbreak.
We agree with you on that. What we don't agree with you on is the virus doesn't exist.
Well, but that's less important than let's solve this fucking issue. If you go around thinking, oh, but they're right, we have this scary virus, then they won already then. What is the solution?
So if the virus was going to exterminate the entire human race, would you believe the same thing?
I would really love if that happened, to be honest.
I bet you would, so that kind of invalidates most of your statements anyway, if that's what you really want. Just saying, I mean, being logical here, you know.
Well, if like the rest of the ecosystem survived, I wouldn't see it as a loss.
So you think everybody should just be dead? Wow, wonderful. What's your point in even arguing then? You don't make any sense, bro. I'm just telling you. You don't.
Yeah, but I think you guys aren't even like that far away from each other on it, because the suggestion that it is a bioweapon.
You just answered your own question, Jack.
Oh, why don't you elaborate upon that matter?
Well, you know, I see this as kind of a play, you know.
I don't disagree at all in any form or fashion at all. But go on.
Well,
you guys aren't like that far away from each other, because when you say like this is a bioweapon, this bioweapon can simply be created to install this new world order thing, right? Isn't that like
yeah, but okay, of course theoretically a bioweapon, quote unquote, can be just a pure psychological weapon too.
Yeah, but it's like how terrorists are created to install a Patriot Act.
Missing the fucking thousands and thousands, no, millions of dead people around the world.
I said in theory as a principle. That's what I'm talking about.
No, I get his point. I get your point. I get your point. I get your point, Thor. It's a good point. It's not a bad one. He gets it sometimes. You know what I mean? Oh, I love you, my tango partner, Thor. Did you know that?
I honestly, I think these discussions are necessary, because he's not alone in what he believes, right? And there are major protests all over Europe because of this. Many people don't believe that the virus is as dangerous as they claim it is, right? And there are professors also on that side.
I've heard the same things, yes. But all I want to know is how the genome gets falsified. I'm waiting on that. I've been waiting for that since I don't know. Wasn't it yesterday, Thor?
Hey, Jack.
Yeah, but I'm busy doing my genome work right now. I'll give you the results when my lab clears it, or whatever. Do you have a microscope? You're talking way over your head, dude.
No, I'm not. It's just common sense.
Hey, Jack, you say you love him, but please keep the sex for after the show, right?
Right. We're just doing the tango right now, don't worry, it's being kept friendly. It's like we're in an opera and he's doing the singing.
But yeah, bottom line for us here, we're locked down anyway, and it's pretty much on false premises. We shouldn't be losing our rights because, you know, they're pushing this fear-mongering bullshit. That's pretty much the bottom line. Virus or no virus.
Well, they're violating everybody's human rights at the moment, and they're using COVID as an excuse for it.
Exactly, and like I even had a big article that was in Zero Hedge, literally saying that the technology that they put in now, right, for COVID, will stick around. It will not go away after the virus is said and done. But there is a caveat to that, because I was hoping that this would mutate to be more benign, but it looks like we are now getting different strains of it, where there's some contagious and less deadly, and then there's another strain that's more deadly and less contagious, but it's wreaking havoc in South America and Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it's more about what's being focused on than anything.
Well, the focus is surviving.
Well, I'm surviving perfectly fine. I don't know a single person who got that shit. Not a single one.
True. I actually don't know anybody too that had or has COVID. Not anybody, you know. And yeah,
I actually got COVID, but but I kind of beat it within like 3 days. It was what was it? It was some headaches, and then it was a fever for a day, and then it was a cough that lingered for about 2 to 3 days, and then
That was the short version. Like
See,
the
I think
commercial
I
one.
had it for 14 days, fucking migraine out the ass and vertigo, but they wouldn't test me for it when I went to the hospital. They told me that I needed to have bad symptoms like massive coughing and a fever and everything, and because I didn't have a fever and massive coughing, they wouldn't test me. So
you had to be almost dead before they tested you.
exactly, that's how I said it too. The fucking ER.
I actually think I'm getting corona right now just listening to this.
You know what's gonna be ironic, Thor? You're actually going to end up getting it because all these people that have denied that it exists and everything, they end up getting it.
Well, I put out the challenge. Just bring me a corona sick person, or just you pump the shit in my veins. I will take it.
You can open up a corona map and see where the most infected area is around you, and you can go there.
I'm about to send you a link.
I've already been to the hospital. I've already been to the hospital, and yeah, it
hospital
was
is
kind of
not the
empty.
most infected area, Thor.
If you want to get corona, go to the
You're not gonna
supermarket
get corona
and
at the fucking hospital.
You can go to the supermarket and get a 6-pack of Coronas.
Where do you live again?
Like I said, I live in an area that didn't lock down at all, and we always meet each other at the store, and we interact with each other all day, and nobody's fucking sick here. So I don't know.
I don't think that that's true. I can look up your country right now and see that.
Yeah, you do that, okay? You can actually come to where I live and see exactly. But actually, I'm going to just live stream the next time I go to the store now because that was an annoying thing you just said.
Okay, alright. So I'm not going to read the country, I'm not going to dox you, but I will say your country has 131,509 cases. So go to the most infected area on that map and prove that Corona doesn't exist.
But you know what is also weird. Now here in the Netherlands they're saying like, the virus is getting less and less and less, and the restrictions are getting less, right? But they are already talking about a fourth wave in the autumn. Yeah, how are you gonna know that there gonna be a fourth wave? Are you psychic or something? Like.
It's an exercise. This is an exercise. They've been talking about this. This is Agenda 201. This is an exercise. We've seen this many, many times before. It's a big plan.
That, or they are all psychic, right? They're gonna know when we are all gonna go sick or something. Oh, I have to tell my boss that. Oh, like next week I will be sick.
Yeah, they keep telling us about this stuff, and like I said, over 10 years ago, I made a video about it because I was annoyed because we were supposed to be afraid of the bird virus then, and it just keeps on repeating and repeating and repeating. If you actually want to read stuff, you should read the whole, Agenda 21 and the whole Event 201 scenario and all that stuff that pretty much outlines what you're seeing today.
But this one is not a bird virus, it's a bat virus. It's much more dangerous.
Well, both flies.
Yeah, I know. Bats are fucking scary. Can the Batman
So
get
Thor,
infected?
Thor, I have an excellent question for you then. So why was the past fear campaigns on such a lower grade level than this one? Why is it so different? Because you can't deny the fact that it's different. I mean, it's the same by any form or fashion. I mean, it was not nearly this widespread by any means.
Well, maybe it was just an experiment, you know.
It's possible. I agree. I'm just asking why.
Yeah, maybe it was just, you know, like a test before the big one comes, you know. Let's see how we can push the people, you know, how far we can push the people. It's
See, he's
possible.
answering you.
I mean, that's theoretically, but you know, I have no proof for it. But yeah, it could be possible that it's all just a test, you know, like a dress rehearsal, right?
You know that the top of the UN is called the Security Council. Everything is about security now.
The hell? Stop annoying me, Twitter.
Okay, well, I think I agree on the whole bioweapon thing. I think it is, but I think the goal is to make it spread as fast as possible and not to be like dangerous or something. For some people, it will be, I think, but the goal is to like have this worldwide system in place, I guess, and surveillance system, and make people scared every year of getting it, and unleash a yearly vaccine. And yeah, I don't know. It's just personal opinion. I don't know.
And I'll explain something, because people are, why would they do that? Why would they do that? But here comes the whole thing. This is a psychosis. Control for control's sake. You have seen it before. You have seen the beast go crazy before. Don't tell me you don't remember history.
Mm-hmm.
And they will just continue until they have control over everything or die trying to get it. That's pretty much the
They didn't
psychosis.
falsify genomes then either, did they, Thor?
Like, they have falsified so many things, you would be surprised, my little friend.
But do you know how difficult it would be to actually falsify a genome?
Like, you're starting to like repeat yourself too much here. You can just
Because
fake
you don't
the news,
have any- you don't have any
you don't have to
clear
falsify anything. You can just lie. That's much easier.
They have a genome though, so it's not just a lie.
Okay, can you bring me a couple of bags?
What does that even mean? You go look it up. It's on the internet.
Oh yeah, and the internet is always telling the truth. I forgot.
But how could they falsify a genome though? Like how? And they didn't falsify them before, so why would they do that
No,
now?
they can just put it on the internet. They don't really have to have a genome.
That has nothing to do with my argument. It's
You
a weak
won't
point.
know. You
Give
won't
me
know
real
either
data.
way. You don't
real
know
data.
either way.
Give me real data. So
Well,
you're saying
you're talking
everyone?
about
So you're
you don't
saying
know.
everyone of
You
these
don't know
flus,
any of
viruses,
this.
and
You
such
have
in the
no
past?
education whatsoever. You're
How
talking
do you
out
know
your
that?
ass.
How do you know that? But how do you know? For all you know, I do. I never said if I did or not. I'm not saying I do. I'm not saying I don't. I'm just saying how would you know? You're doing the exact same thing you just said that I shouldn't do. That's exactly what you're doing, Thor. You get really upset every time I ask that question because you can't prove it right or wrong, and that's my whole point.
Okay, what we have to discuss is maybe some philosophy. What do you guys think is the end goal of this? How is it going to end? How is the world going to look like 5 years from now? With the,
I think it's
pretty much.
Go ahead. I'll go last.
Pretty much.
just one by one, please.
Yeah, I mean, since I'm already on the mic, I'll just say it. Like, again, as I said, I think that chart that Jack has is very dangerous, and it shows that it's mutating faster than anything that we've ever seen. As such, we have no fucking idea.
No, but I think it will be like under strict control and under strict, They are trying to tell us how to eat, how to breathe, how to do anything, because we are so scared of that virus that we listen to anything that they say,
So it mutates fast, and that means you have to have a yearly new vaccine, I guess. So everyone has to pay $50 a year for a vaccine. The entire world.
Actually, I declined the vaccine.
I hope everybody did that. Did somebody actually take that vaccine? No.
And no, it's not because of what Thor said, the virus doesn't exist. But for me, it's more the reason because it is an experimental vaccine, and I just want to know what the long-term side effects are,
Yeah. Right now, it's a trial period. People are, guinea pig.
Yeah, and I refuse to be a guinea pig.
No, but I'm waiting for Jack. Jack said he was going to go live, but he has to go give his opinion too about how.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was doing something. Anyway, so I see one of two possibilities here. Now, the virus is mutating at such an insane rate that it's going to do one of two things. Eventually, it's going to mutate its actual, a capability of it that could be lethal, potentially. And this is just based on the law of probability. You just need to know little basic things about how viruses work and know what the law of probability is, basically. And so it's either going to mutate and become much more dangerous, or it's going to mutate and become a lot more benign. That's what I think. So basically what I'm saying is then even after that, you don't know how exactly it's going to mutate, so it could become more benign but become more infectious. So either way, what I'm saying here is, how I'm putting it, is it's a ticking time bomb. Even if it does get less worse with danger, it's going to mutate and be better at something else. You know what I mean? So essentially, that thing's a ticking time bomb, is what I'm basically saying. It could eventually mutate and just kill us all. You don't know.
It sounds like you're working for the other side now. I should just shoot myself right now because it's too scary to live.
I like how all you do is insult me instead of provide some actual based arguments.
Well, I did put some criticism in that insult.
Well, anytime when a virus mutates, you never know the end result, right?
And they're not saying this, by the way, so how would I be working for the other side? No, there's nobody saying this, actually. Not really. Maybe a few that I haven't seen or something, but there's not a single person that's actually discussed this exact scenario.
I mean working for free, useful idiot type stuff, because you're just pushing.
Well, you could say the same for you, for pushing some sort of agenda that what if at the same time, in the same token, it's actually a fucking with the Cyclops in a way to make people think it's not nearly as bad as what it is. They got them right in the perfect range. What if that's what it actually is?
I understand what this is about. At the end of the day, you don't understand what this is about.
You do lots of talking, but I don't see facts and data.
People listening, you have to understand that this is about resources and the resource war we're about to enter.
I want to see data. I don't care about talking heads.
I don't think you guys are so far away from each other on opinions. I mean, the only issue is it a bioweapon or a not existing virus? I mean, what is the big issue with it? I don't get it. In both
All I'm
cases, in both
saying
cases,
is-
not a
go ahead.
natural. In both cases, not a natural virus. So
In both cases, we are all fucked.
I'm just thinking
That's a
about
good point.
The issue is still what they're doing with this. That they're actually locking us down and taking away our, right to movement, right to assembly, and stuff that's very fundamental to a modern republic or democracy. They're actually destroying the fundamentals that, like America is made of.
But Thor, again, you're not wrong. Okay, you're not wrong there. I agree with you, right? Okay, but that doesn't have to be true for the virus itself to not be from a lab.
Yeah, but what
They both
we
can be
already
true.
passed. We already passed this talking point. Now let's talk about what we actually agree on.
I'm fine with that. It might be more productive even. Thor gets it right again.
So freedom of assembly, freedom of movement, and stuff like that is not supposed to be dictated by some government agency. It's supposed to be a right you have, So that's my point.
No, I really feel that the real big problem here is that the government has been so bad. All the governments around the world have been so bad to us for so many years that when they tell us to do something, probably for our betterment, we're all just like, no! We know what you're doing. You've done this to us before. You've spread fear campaigns to us.
It's almost as exactly as if they wanted it or something, fucking with the Cyclops. So they can make something new and better and say this is exactly what you need instead. When in fact it is just even deeper in the dream. You know what I mean? But what do I know?
Yeah, I just see it as the, what was that fucking nursery rhyme, man? I can't remember now.
Well, what do you do whenever you need a better system that will help you gain more control, but people are perfectly fine with the current system? You burn the one that you're currently using to ash and try and show them and convince them that this new one is better.
Well, yeah, that's true, and they could. That's what I'm saying. Like, let's say the virus.
I know. I'm just agreeing with you. I'm just adding on to it. That's all.
Gotcha.
That's all. I'm just saying, like, that could be a very good reason why they're doing so. Because otherwise, you really think they would just, if they're, this good at what they do, would they really just blatantly destroy their own reputation for no damn good reason? You know what I mean? I mean, they're damn well very fully aware of what they're doing. You know what I mean? So that they can't be that they're doing it on accident. You know what I mean? I just don't believe in coincidences by any means. I just look at the facts and look at the data. I don't look at anything else really.
By the way,
well, I have to throw something in here. Not everything has to be, or has to come from a rational place. A lot of this stuff might be based on a bit, primitive, irrational instinct type thing. That they feel they have to control everything more than that they have a really good reason to,
Well, let's just say, right? Let's just say it. Let's just say that the virus is from the lab and it's confirmed, right? The way that the governments are acting, they're acting like it's a biological situation where there's been a biological incident. Do I disagree with them fucking using all this they're like pushing this Orwellian technology? Yes. Absolutely. Do I disagree with the lockdowns? Yes. I think the lockdowns have been psychologically damaging to people as well. But if there was a biological virus unleashed on the population, to curb the spread would be the only way for lockdowns and restrictions and stuff like that. Would we fight it because we don't want it? Yes. But they would have no other option. And I think when Tyler was here, I think what he said too is that basically they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't know. They have no real option of what to do, so they're just doing whatever they can. But yeah, I do think that they are using it to push Orwellian technology that is not going to go away, and it's going to continue to follow us for generations to come. And this technology is very invasive, and they're like taking our temperatures when we go into buildings, and like with thermal technology now, and all types of other shit.
And also the apps that check if you were close to a person that was infected. But who knows what other all the data that they collect, with that. Who knows what they do with it?
Yep. Yeah. No, I agree with you on that too. And then
we know what they do with the data. They create profiles, deeper and deeper profiles that know more about you than you do yourself. It's fucking scary.
Yeah, because they know exactly who you hang out with and where you're going every day, That's scary.
And they have your temperature signatures and all kinds of stuff, and the patterns you type with, and they can put all this data together and create, a unique code that is way beyond anything a human mind could ever do. So, yeah, the question is who gets to control this stuff. That's the bottom line here. We're subject, and they're in control, and that's the problem I'm trying to point out.
I don't disagree, Thor. Just guinea pigs, puppets.
So we can squabble about the details or how to get there.
I
but
actually
we should
agree with that greatly.
Yeah, so I think at the end of the day we agree on what the real problem is here.
Isn't that what matters, Thor?
Yeah. Kumbaya.
So there is finally some consensus.
So awesome.
Thor, you can give me a hug one day.
God damn it. I think there's a little bit of a consensus, but I mean, when you say the main problem, I mean, no, man, there's multiple problems here.
AK, Thor, you two should get a room.
Well, again, we can break it down into priorities, but it's pretty much the same set of problems as such. Us losing our rights, us losing our ability to have a voice in the system. You see, the conglomerate is taking control over free speech completely. And now the White House is telling Zuckerberg to do this and that, and I just showed you the thing about extremists and stuff they're posting on Facebook now. Everything is getting locked down. This is beginning to look like, North Korea, actually. That's what I'm associating with. Fucking Korea.
Maybe not North Korea, but China, yeah. We are actually modeling after China a little bit, little by little.
Well, North Korea is just an extreme version.
Yeah, well, we're not there yet, but China, yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah, North Korea, they wouldn't be able to keep us under control like North Korea because we need to have food in our stores and stuff. That's how they keep us happy, right? And entertainment. And that is what China does have too.
Yeah, but what they did in North Korea was just slowly adapt people to a life of total poverty, and now they collect seaweed to eat. They have the starvation diet all around the country, but they don't have any organization or power or even energy in their bodies to do anything about it.
Well, I think if really here in the Western world food will run out, I think it will become chaos here, and the people will revolt eventually. What do you think,
Well,
Mark?
this is about a resource war. I don't mean to interrupt Mark here, but at the end of the day, there are too many people on this planet, if we compare to how we actually take care of our resources. We throw away almost half our food. And that has to do a lot with how competition is structured in the capital market and such. So we're kind of eating ourselves off the planet here, and that's an issue we have to deal with. And I think this is probably what this is all about at the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, our countries, how I see it, are completely controlled by this media thing, and where they manufacture all the consent to all this stuff. Like, we choose this, right? We ask for it. That's the thing. Like, they always manage to convince us to ask for more restrictions. People get so scared of terrorists, they will allow people to surveil your stuff. And I'm not talking about people like us, because we don't agree with that stuff, but like the majority of people.
Yeah.
But yeah, and they accept it, and they say like, yeah,
Well,
okay.
I will confess, I did like buy into it the first week or so, like, oh, deadly virus, and like I even made a comment at the store that they didn't have any like antibacterial liquid or whatever, you know. So I fell in the trap myself.
You know, that's the whole thing. Also with for example 9/11, right? They that 9/11 happened, and if it was the government or terrorists, doesn't matter. But they needed to have the people's consent to go into war with Afghanistan and Iraq, right? So that was the ideal
It's a powerful
opportunity,
weapon.
right? That was the
Yeah.
ideal opportunity. And the thing is, I think they create those opportunities, you know?
If they can scare people into thinking that something needs to be done, it gets done.
Yeah. So they manufacture some kind of thing that people will consent to whatever they needed to be consenting to, right?
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Yeah. It's just weird how they always manage to make us ask for things.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's the trick. That's like the whole reverse psychology thing. These people aren't amateurs. They're the fucking experts. And they pay, the big brains to think out even more sinister shit. So, I
Well-
guess we need to, collect our brains.
The thing is, they have the resources. I mean, they have the media, which is the biggest propaganda machine, right? Pushing ideas into people's head.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, that's all I talk about, how to get us reach. But that looks like it's becoming impossible unless you can clone yourself into being something else, because they already know you, and they fucking track you with satellites. They have your energy signature, and that is something that is as unique as a fingerprint. They can find you anywhere. Yeah. Not to be sinister here, but like, depressive, but yeah. This is the problem. They're so far ahead that the only way for us to actually gain some ground is by the numbers. We need the people.
Carrot and the stick. Which do you want? I was reading the chat here.
Yeah, we have dead air people. Is everybody falling asleep now?
Yeah, we actually have to mention one main thing that's in our show title.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to give the FreeCommanderX updates.
Oh,
I thought you meant Assange, not. Yeah, whatever I said. It's tired me. Don't listen.
Isn't Commander X just like waiting for his court date, more or less?
Yeah, that's the 20th.
Yeah, his next appearance in court is scheduled for July 20th. There will probably try to do a day of action for that. I can say with almost certainty that there will be an action in San Jose or Santa Clara, because I know his court is the district court in San Jose. That's the one where the meeting was scheduled. And then X was able to visit with his lawyer Jay Rorty recently, and the messages from X that we got from that was that he sends his love, his thanks, and a request for money on his books. He says he's strong and prepared to fight, and that he wants us to continue pressuring media about his case along with the war on WikiLeaks. And then also Amy Beth was able to have a visit with him, and she also said that he looks all right, that he doesn't look like he's suffering, so that's good to hear. Yeah, definitely ready to get some actions going for that, especially on the 20th.
Well, knowing X a little, I talked with him multiple times, together with Divine here, on several platforms. I know he's a fighter, so I know he won't give up,
No.
Yeah.
He always was a fighter, right? Even before the whole Anon thing, he was already into activism and so yeah. I mean, I think he was already in activism before Anonymous was even born, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure, because he was doing activism for the unhoused. Yeah, and for the unhoused community in Santa Cruz.
Anonymous, the actual origins actually go back to the 1980s, believe it or not. We just didn't use Guy Fawkes mask.
No, but I mean, X is even longer, I think, already into activism, right?
Oh, yeah, he's been an activist longer, yeah. Okay.
So yeah, he's a fighter, and I don't think that he will give up. He will continue fighting. But is it still just failure to appearance charge, or is there more charges now?
It's the 2011 DDoS charges now.
Yeah, but that's the failure to appear charge, and that's the original charge, the DDoS charge, which is a silly fucking charge altogether. It should be easy to rip apart, and how illegal was that back then? Even, they're the ones who have the system that can take traffic like that. They're the ones who open their system like that. So like denial of service stuff. It's just about like dialing somebody up a trillion times on top of each other.
The thing is, and I hear people say that the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act is outdated and pretty much flawed, right?
Yeah, I see no real context in trying to put people in jail for DDoSing. Well, that just shows the system's weakness. They should get paid.
Be honest, DDoSing is not even hacking. It's anybody can do that. You have the software for it, and it's pretty much explaining itself, right? It just
well, a DOS attack isn't hacking. DDoSing is usually using a botnet.
Yeah, I was about to say that. There is a whole lot of hacking
Lot of
involved with
spooky boats.
Yeah, and there's a whole lot of hacking involved in preparing that, but that's not what happened in this case. So.
Like you need to use regular expressions of sorts. You know what I mean? Like anyone get the expression?
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Like, okay, so yeah, you can use literally the text says low.
Tutorials on ABV, Jack.
What are you talking about, bro?
In this case, they were talking about a low orbit ion cannon in the text. So yeah, that's pretty much pressing a button. So.
Oh yeah, that's pressing a button and that's set up, and that's. I mean, I don't even. Was that connected into a botnet? I don't think it was.
You know the subnet, the boat.
Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't.
I think that
No, I'm trying to remember because there was a tool at one point in time that was connected into a botnet.
Yeah, but
There's been a lot of tools connecting to a botnet.
Oh, shut up! You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I meant the tools that you know, the Lloyd cannon and fucking Hoik and I don't know the other one. I can't remember off the top of my head right now.
There was also Tor's hammer, which is stupid. Never mind, I shouldn't say it.
But the low orbit ion cannon, I think, was directly. There was no botnet involved, right? It was directly.
It's actually just a stress test tool. I mean, there are plenty of stress tests.
It's a stress test tool. It wasn't even made for that. It's just people gathered together and used it on one website.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, I don't think it really sounds like something illegal. It more sounds like a loophole or finding a weakness in the system.
Well, actually,
I don't really.
Actually, you don't destroy a system. You just disable it temporarily, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like if you put up a mailbox and somebody puts in too many letters, so nobody else can put in a letter. Is that really illegal? You put up a mailbox, didn't you? Like, contact.
Or like they say, if you hire like 1,000 people to go on a public bus, so nobody can go on a public bus, right?
Yeah, like pretty much the same principle here. Like, is that illegal? Or are you going to be put in jail because you hired 1,000 people to go on a bus?
No. That's not illegal. But the mail thing, yeah, the mail thing could be if you're collecting somebody else's mail. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying.
In a lot of places, you can't even put mail in their mailbox.
The only thing you're doing, somebody put up a mailbox to receive mail, and you put in too much mail, so the mailbox is now out of function, quote unquote. You can't put any more in it. That's what a DDoS really is.
Yeah, or like I said, with 1,000 people, you put like 1,000 people on a public bus, so nobody else can go on it. That's actually pretty much what a DDoS is, right? You know, if those 1,000 people walk away, anybody can go on the bus again.
Or you get 1,000 people to go to a hotel and then rent out every single room.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. But is that really illegal, or is that just out of flaw in the system?
Well, no, the bus one and the hotel isn't illegal to do. The mail one you could get in trouble for depending on where you're at.
But yeah.
No. No, you misunderstand the mail part. I'm talking about if I put a bunch of letters in a mailbox. That is not illegal. That can never be illegal.
No. There's some places where you cannot put mail into a mailbox, and it's only the mailman that can put mail into the mailbox.
Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a normal mailbox. Okay? Don't try to twist what I'm saying. I'm trying to get this into people who don't understand what a DDoS is. Heads, you know?
Why are we talking about a mailbox?
One at a time, please.
One at a time, everyone's silent.
With a DDoS attack, you don't actually damage the server. You just disable it temporarily, right? When the DDoS stops, everything works like normal again, right?
Yes.
So you
And everything is based on normal access, is what I'm saying. It's an open access thing. It's not like you're like stealing something or going behind some back or breaking into some system to do it. You have direct access and you just flood it.
exactly. That's not destroying anything.
And it's hard to see how that's illegal.
It's because it scares people. It can
Yeah,
make you look
because
like a
it
bad.
gives.
It can make you look like a bad business. That's what it destroys.
Because
Everything
they
has a
don't like it.
cost.
And
Everything has a cost. Everything must be paid in full.
And of course,
There's a
it gives people a certain power that they don't want you to have, right? That's why they make it illegal.
yeah.
For example, a DDoS that takes down. I mean, a DDoS that takes down an entire site is going to get a lot more attention than just breaking into it all hidden and in the shadows. You know what I mean? Because people, they can understand what a DDoS is, but they're not going to understand all these other perplexing matters.
Of course, if you would explain to somebody oh, I'm breaking into the system this and this way. I'm not gonna say how, but most people are looking at you like you're talking Chinese, right? They have no clue what you're saying.
Shell system, root the, yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, but a DDoS, everybody knows DDoS, so like, oh yeah, okay, DDoS. But if you say
Oh yes, the DDoS. Oh yes, he hacker.
They only care whenever the data gets known that it was all leaked. It's the only time people care. But even DDoSes get more exposure than that, to be honest. At least back in the day, I don't keep up with it anymore. Not that I really ever did.
But like I said, it's not even hacking. It is something that even a child can do.
I don't know about the DDoS though. I mean, unless you gathered up enough people, you're not going to be able to DDoS down a website.
No.
Just,
but if you get enough children, for example, to join in, yeah, you can down a website temporarily.
What about
He wants deacons the DOS attacks.
what about people who do it all by themselves?
People have done that very thing. Asked people to join in to flood certain websites with traffic, just to make them, dysfunctional.
But what if a person did it all on their own? Would you say that's
years
possible?
Ago, let's be honest, guys. Years ago, you didn't even need a fucking Loik or Hoik cannon. All you needed to do is just create a script to keep on pressing F5 for refresh.
Yeah.
Some of these websites.
That basically works.
You could still do things of similar nature by clicking certain things on websites. If you do it enough.
Yeah. So scripts and botnets, like you can do it yourself. That's not a problem.
Well, yeah, but the F5 thing. I mean, what can you really get in trouble for pressing F5 100 times? I mean,
well,
unless somebody put it into written law. No, you can't just make shit up like oh, you pushed F5, motherfucker, 20 years in prison. But that's what they want to do. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I meant with that computer fraud and abuse act, or what was it called? Abuse and Fraud Act, or I'm not sure what it was.
Yeah, Computer Fraud Abuse Act. Yes, CFAA.
They are actually doing that with that, right? They throw everything.
I mean, if they're really saying I can't press F5, I mean, I'm just gonna create a script where I press F5.
Yeah, but basically that's kind of what they're trying to put him in jail for, pressing S5, to put it in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And I mean, like the one attack that he's accused of, like, I don't even think he really did it. I don't think it had anything to do with the attack, because there was way too many people that were pissed off.
You're the only other person who said that. I was like, does he really know how to even DDoS anything? I was like there right away, but yeah, I'm
Well,
with
that's not
you.
what I'm saying. I'm saying more so that there was a lot more people pissed off around that fucking thing. Like, you gotta understand where this stems from, right? This stems from
But he
the
really isn't a
DDoS.
hacker. He said that. He said that many times himself. Like his stuff is the activism stuff. He's really not a hacker as such, but he is like an anonymous, like supporter, whatever, member, or how you want to call it.
Right, but I mean,
Anonymous don't have members.
yeah, well, yeah,
I'm
that's true.
kidding.
But what I'm trying to say is just like basically the situation of why people would be hitting that, and it wouldn't even have to just be X. That's what I'm saying. I remember clearly what was going on at that time period, and it was about the homeless spikes that they put up, and there was DDoS attacks that hit the Santa Barbara police station, I think it was.
Yeah, but they bulldozed. They
Or no, it was
bulldozed the
a court. It was a
fucking
court.
homeless shelters. Oh, no, not the shelter, but the tents and the stuff they put up. They used the fucking bulldozer. I remember that.
Putting it.
Well, no, I don't know if it was. I don't know if it
Putting
was
it
a
in
bulldozer. I just remember. I remember the homeless spikes. They put up homeless spikes that were all around the parks and all around fucking like residential areas and shit. It was really fucked up, and it pissed off a lot of fucking people. And I
Yeah,
remember
they,
a
they
bunch
moved
of angry
they moved
fucking
the whole
addicts
10 town.
storming them.
They moved the whole 10 town using bulldozers and like equipment. Like just pushed it away. Of course, they took the people out first.
Yeah, and
But
now,
yeah,
now putting it in perspective, right? What is more malicious, doing that or down a website? You know?
they told people to get their shit together, and whatever was left, they just piled together in a big pile and put it on trucks and
No, but
put it in the dump.
you know what I'm saying, right? What is more malicious, what they are doing, or what X and friends were doing? You know?
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify that actually. I'm just trying to clarify that actually happened, so you don't get that confused.
No. But just putting things in perspective here. You know that how they were treating the homeless was even worse than downing a website. You know, which actually had no damage, zero damage.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we should be emphasizing here.
And it was not even the whole website. What I understood, it was just the front side, right? It was just the front page.
It's just bullshit. Something to
Because they
grab
knew-
at because
It's because if they knew that
because
they
they don't
didn't
want
get,
pe-
if they didn't get, they
they
didn't come
don't
down hard
want
on it.
any. Oh, one at a time, please. They don't want any people to rise up as like saviors or heroes for the people. They don't want anybody to be that kind of example, so they want to bring him down fast. So then they slap this silly thing on him, and they can chase him instead of him like being some front person in some fight.
I know, because they rather want sheep, right? They don't want people that think for themselves and act for themselves and come up for other people's right?
Yeah. So if you stick your head out, they will chop it off.
There was that Japanese saying, right? The nail that sticks out gets hammered, right?
Come again?
Said there is a Japanese saying, the nail that sticks out gets hammered.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Can't remember exactly. I knew it in Japanese, but I forgot again.
Well, the principle is pretty much the same. They don't want anything to, be ununiformed, if you will. Everything is supposed to just match and be a perfect front. So I guess he made a dent
Well, if X did it or not, I leave that in the middle. That's for him to know and for us to wonder about. But yeah, just them going after him for that, I think it's ridiculous. Like I said, there is no damage done, right? It's just the website was temporarily offline. Yeah, wow, whoop-de-doo. Right?
Yeah, and using that amount of resources to chase some guy for a DDoS, that doesn't make sense. How many millions has he actually cost the taxpayers now because they want him so bad?
Exactly. That too.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's kind of an important point.
All the work for chasing him, all the taxpayers paid for it, for just a few agencies to look for him and get him. Yeah, that's ridiculous. And for what? For something that he allegedly did, with no damage done.
Yeah, a victimless crime in all contexts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's again what they're also doing with Assange. They try to set an example, like, hey, don't do that, else this will happen. They try to put in an example on public figures, right?
We have dead air.
Yeah, I hear crickets.
We should probably end it soon. I mean, we did 5 hours or something again, so.
I guess we covered almost everything.
Yeah, but also we're live again tomorrow and Saturday. So for listeners, like if you're pissed.
Well, I think it's time for Glory to shine again and put in the end melody.
All right. Well, this thing I'll say is July 3rd, Julian Assange's 50th birthday. Me and Steve specifically will be helping helping organize an action at Echo Park Lake in Los Angeles at 12 p.m. Pacific time, July 3rd. You can also visit Candles for Assange on Twitter to see the full list of 53 events across 20 countries. July 20th will be an action for FreeCommanderX. Free all political prisoners and down with this rotten system. And always remember the anonymous PSA to spam neuter your politicians and lobbyists and bankers and military contractors. And royalty.